just under his spell. Welcome, cursed ones.
Good evening, everyone. It's your worst nightmare and dream come true. I'm Adrian Halliwell, broadcasting live to you. A very tired Adrian Halliwell. Thank you for the head pats right off the bat, Naka. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I hope you are having a good evening or morning, wherever you may be in the world. Thank you for the head pats as well, Andrea. Emerald, I'm very happy to see that you are eating, or you're about to eat. I do not need to get up close and personal to the screen and chew you out then. So I'm happy to hear that. Yes, welcome in Emerald, welcome in Alandria, welcome in Sally, welcome in Naka, and everybody else who may be lurking. I do hope that you're all doing well today. It is Wednesday, so, you know, we're almost through to the end of the week. Thank God. Maybe another day, though. I have to stay sharp. Pardon me, I do have a cup of tea that I'm almost done drinking, so I may take sips every now and again. You also ate some leftovers, so you're safe? Okay, good to hear that, Alandra. And also, I do also wish you luck with the art fight. I can't wait to see your art if you are willing to share that with me. What kind of tea? I have apple crumble tea, I think it is, with a lot of honey in it, to hopefully coat my throat so I can get through this. My throat has been really dry today. The weather has not been kind to my throat, or nose for that matter. It is quite good. What has the cursed witch eaten today? I actually had a bagel with eggs and bacon, so that was a long time ago, so I am a little hungry, but not enough that I won't be able to make it through the stream, so I'm good. Yeah. Hope you're not getting sick. No, I don't think I am. It's I think it's just the fact that the weather keeps jumping back and forth, and for whatever reason, my bedroom, is immensely susceptible to the weather. It gets very, very cold in the winter, and very, very hot in the summer, which I know sounds pretty obvious, but like, for whatever reason, it just feels like all of the weather just goes right through it. So, when it's cold, it's like freezing cold, which is not really a problem because I just, you know, bundle up with blankets and stuff like that. So, I'm usually good to go. But then in the summer, the summer is like I need to crank up the fan as high as I can, and then have to like try to do the best I can to stay cool, which lately has meant like throwing on tank tops and stuff, which I used to never really be a fan of tank tops, but they've become a necessity as the summers have been getting hotter. Oh my god, same. I don't wish that curse upon anybody else. Sorry, you have to deal with that too. Almost done with my tea. Yeah, I won't be starting the game until I'm done sipping on the tea. I want to finish it while it's still kind of warm. But it won't take me very long. Besides, we do have a few things we can talk about while we are just chatting here. I actually was reading this morning that, at least according to a interview with the director of Resident Evil Requiem, we should hopefully be getting that free minigame, or I'm assuming it'll be free, I'm hoping it'll be free, minigame DLC very soon. And that supposedly the story DLC they're working on is being very highly regarded internally, like they're really enjoying what they're putting together, which is always a good sign. If they're enjoying it, then I hope that the end result will be of quality. Very much looking forward to that, and you know I will be streaming it. Both the new mode and the story DLC when they release respectively. I've also got a tank top on actually, though it's not all that hot here, I think. I hope you're able to stay nice and comfy. Yeah, I was never really a fan of tank tops when I was younger. I don't know why, I just hated wearing them. But, yeah, throughout the summers, they, kind of become my best friend. Because otherwise, it is way too hot. So, I'm glad that you, I'm glad that you've got the right idea. Or do you need to have a completed game to play the minigame? Yeah, that's what I was hearing too, which is interesting. I mean, technically that is in line with, like, earlier bonus modes, like RE3's Mercenaries, the original game. So I guess it's not surprising, but it does make me wonder whether we're in for Mercenaries, raid mode, or something different, you know? Because Nakanishi tends to do new things with his bonus modes. He was the one that originated Raid and the original Revelations, and then in RE7 we got Jack's 55th birthday and like Ethan Must Die and all the other little different things they did. So we can't really be sure that it will be Mercenaries, you know, or even Raid mode. Could be something completely new, so I am excited for that. Wouldn't mind a revamp of Raid. Yeah, me too. I actually like Raid mode better than Mercenaries, because Mercenaries is fun. It really is. But, I don't know, Raid mode, especially Revelations 1's Raid mode, was very replayable. And I liked how it made very good use of the map in the game. Especially the ghost ship. That is one of the most fun things that they've ever put together. I liked Revelations 2's raid mode as well. I played countless hours of it back in the Xbox 360 version of the game when that came out. But definitely and for sure, Revelations 1's raid mode was my preference, I think. I did think Revelations 2's mode made very clever use of assets from RE6. I did not expect them to have maps from that game. Played a lot of Rev 1's raid mode on the 3DS. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. What was your primary character in Revelations 1's raid mode? Alright, 1 second. I finished my tea, so I'm just going to put the cup over to the side so I don't knock it over while I'm playing the game. 1 second. Okay. Would this be a good time for a hydrate? Technically, I did just hydrate, but I wouldn't turn down a little bit of water. Thank you for the hydrate, Elandria. I'm a simple man. My character selection, if Claire's not there, select Jill. Same here, yeah, Jill was my main in that mode as well. I don't know if you ever saw this, Sally, but well, you know what, actually, never mind. I can't say that. I don't wanna spoil anything. It is something related to something close to the end of Requiem that one of the voice actors did at a con. I gotta see if I can find the video. It was kind of hard to find, but it was really funny. Don't leave me hanging now. Hold on. I'll send it to you. I'll at least send you the written version on Discord real quick. Okay, I sent it to you. I just thought that was really funny. Yeah, I saw that a few weeks back, but I had lost sight of the video. Gotta try to see if I can find it again. But yes, very much looking forward to that DLC and the hopefully free bonus mode for Requiem. I've been looking for an excuse to jump back into the game. I've actually been really pondering doing that Insanity mode run, but soon. We will look into that soon. I want to finish Chibi Robo first and make some real progress into this game before I do that. So we'll see when that ends up happening. Let's see, what else is there? Hey, welcome in, Dandy. Oh, Adrian, cursed ones. Dandy checking in from the best ramen shop in the state. Really? Where would that be? And thank you for the hydrate. I will take a sip. Not saying like to out your state or anything. I just what kind of ramen do you order at that place? Yeah, don't dox yourself. But please do tell us about the quality of the food that you are having. You have my answer in Discord? Okay, hold on, let me check it out real quick. I actually can't remember if they did that. I gotta, if I find the video again, I'll watch it again and I'll send it to you. But it was a funny little skit. I appreciated it. Yes, welcome in, Danny. I hope you're having a good evening. It's nice to see you. Yeah, we're going to be playing Master Detective Archives Raincode. I actually started this game last stream, but I will be continuing it again. I get the classic bowl with a 60-hour tonkotsu bra. Oh, that sounds delicious. It's always awesome when the voice actors get so into the games. I know. And Resident Evil actually has a really good track record with that, to be honest. Like, a lot of the actors and actresses that star in the Resident Evil games, even in side roles, get super into it. One thing that I thought was really cool is over on Blue Sky, the actor that played Brad Vickers in the original RE3 actually joined Blue Sky. And I think he started streaming on Twitch now. And he's like always talking about how much fun he had playing Brad, and it's like just kind of crazy to think even for such a small part, like he's so invested in the franchise. I love seeing that. I remember when RE7 came out, Lucas's voice actor was pretty invested in the community as well. The Dimitrescu voice actor has kind of become the meme face of the series now. Yeah, I'm kind of mixed on that. Not on her, I think she's great, and I'm glad that she's so, like, into promoting the series. And I think she's a very talented actress. I do just have mixed feelings about that character and how people kind of revolved everything around, like, the whole discourse around that game was about her, and I think it definitely dampened what I felt should have been more prominent criticisms with that game. But, you know, I don't pin any of that on her or anything like that. I actually think it's great that She's kind of become such a passionate ambassador for the franchise. I do think that's important to have people who actually care, you know, so happy to be a part of it, as opposed to what could be the opposite. There was a time when Silent Hill had a lot of people behind the scenes that were not really great stewards of the franchise, you know, during the Western-made games era. And I'm not actually talking about Tom Hewlett, if you recognize that name, because he got a lot of flack back in the day. But if you actually read behind the scenes what that guy prevented from happening, yeah. He had made a comment once where he said, "Nobody loves Silent Hill more than me," literally nobody, and the community kind of took that and held it against him, and while it might have been kind of a clumsy way of phrasing it, I understand where it was coming from, because people had no way of knowing behind the scenes the things like the pitches he actually rejected, and because people didn't like games like Silent Hill Homecoming, and they had issues with things like Downpour, they didn't realize that he was like the last line of defense between worse things happening. Like, apparently one of the developers that had made a Silent Hill pitch wanted to make a musical Silent Hill game in the style of the TV show Scrubs. I don't know how that works, but apparently that was one of the things that got pitched, and he was very adamant about that not happening, and apparently they tried to go over his head and like to the Konami higher-ups and stuff like that, and that became like a regular occurrence with developers that were making pitches. They tried to go around him. So yeah, the alternative of somebody like Lady Dimitrescu's voice actress is the people who were making those kinds of pitches, you know. So yeah, it's good to have somebody who seems passionate about the series, being kind of the face of it right now. Yeah, the big booty damaged the overall seriousness of the game. Yeah, I do think she has a cool design. I like how she is based on the, I forget the name of it, but the one Japanese yokai, and Lust from Full Metal Alchemist. Those are very cool inspirations, and I do feel like the opportunity was missed overall with her for a few things that I think they could have done with her. But the memes are what kind of just drove it over the edge, and Capcom really played so far into it that it was like, it just kind of muted the overall discourse of the game, which made me disappointed, because I feel like the feedback could have helped Capcom more, and I only really saw people kind of being disappointed with the same things I was disappointed in 8 with, like years later, after I guess people kind of felt like they could actually talk about the game and not the memes, you know? Shaku-sama, she's not a yokai, she's an urban legend from Teacher. Ah, okay. Thank you, I actually did not know that. I thought she was like a actual, yokai. That's cool. Yeah, I do think that is a really cool urban legend, and, she, made for a great inspiration for a, Resident Evil monster. Welcome in, Bolgay. My jacket is yours today. I'm happy for the Silent Hill fans that got shut down, but that sounds hilarious. Yeah, that would have been a nightmare. I am glad that that didn't happen. It's kind of funny though when you look at that, like that those were the things that were on the docket to potentially happen, because it does kind of make it look silly that so many Silent Hill fans in retrospect were complaining about like the pachinko machines and stuff. I think it's time I wrap my blankets and go to sleep. I'm sorry I can only stay this short. No, don't even worry about it, Sally. Thank you for being here at all. I do appreciate that, and I appreciate you. Please do get some rest, okay? Thank you. I'm hoping to be live again tomorrow. I'll talk more about that at the end of stream like I usually do, but yeah, if anything, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. So yes, please do get some rest, and I'm wishing you the best of luck tomorrow. Sorry, Bolgay, the jacket stays on. Silent Hill musical. It's just the whole place muted for 3 hours straight. But yes, welcome in, Bolgay. Hope you're doing well this evening. Good to see you. And thank you, Dandy, for restoring my jacket. It is always fun to see everybody warring over my jacket. This jacket exchange makes me imagine people fighting over the jacket like a tug of war. Yeah. I'll just take the jacket later. It's all yours, Emerald. But yes, there was something else I was going to talk about as well. I probably should start writing down the things I want to chat with you all about on stream. I used to do that back when I first started, but then I kind of got somewhat decent about just remembering it off the top of my head. But there's so much stuff that goes on a daily basis that it's like... I go live and then that whole head empty thing kicks in, and I start forgetting a lot of the things I read about. She took the hat and the jacket, and I'll put it back next to shoes. It's funny because you saying that makes me think of Vincent and Catherine, how in the dreams he's left with nothing but the boxers with the hearts on them. It's an endless dance and a necessary one. Hey, at least he has the boxers, yeah. But yeah, one thing I actually did read about earlier was that apparently a reporter had written an article stating that evidently, internally, Valve has increased the price of the Steam box thing they're doing. So, it was already probably going to be expensive, but with everything going on, you can probably bet that this thing is going to be north of $1,000 whenever it finally releases, so... Not looking good for those of us that are not made of money, but... I'm sure there will still be a lot of people investing in it either way. It'll be interesting to see how it turns out and if it's deemed worthy of that money. I'm guessing $980 on the limit? I personally think that's a little optimistic. I think that thing is going to be north of 1,000. I'll be shocked if it isn't below, or yeah, if it's below 1K. Honestly. I don't think there's any freaking way that thing is less than 1,000. I blame AI? Yes, that is correct. AI, dipshit tariffs, dumb shit, dipshit wars. There's a lot of things to blame, actually. But the end result is having a hole in your wallet that can never be sewn back up, to be frank. So, yeah, that'll be interesting to see how that pans out when it releases. Happy for, like, the 10 people who will get it. Yeah. Yeah, I am interested to see if it turns out to be somewhat of a success, especially, like... I feel like the big versus moment for me is going to be the Steam machine, or whatever it's called, versus the next Xbox. Because I don't know how many of you had saw this, but the Xbox team got a whole makeover, right? And now there's a new woman in charge of the brand, and apparently ever since she took over, she has been just leveling pretty much everything that the prior people in charge had done, which I do think is a good move, because the prior leadership at Xbox had no idea what the hell they were doing, quite frankly. So many games that got announced and then just canceled. Scalebound, what's the other one? Well, Perfect Dark, for starters, which really disappointed me. I was really looking forward to that. I don't even have an Xbox, but I was hoping it would come to the Switch too. Phantom Dust, that was the thing. They were supposed to be rebooting Phantom Dust, which was a very niche game on the original Xbox. I wonder if you've heard of it, Dandy. But yeah, they ended up canceling that. A lot of stuff. Apparently more internal cuts as well. Yeah, for a while, I feel like Xbox just had no idea what they were doing, so I don't know. I was very pessimistic about this lady, mainly because apparently she was seen as like a big AI advocate. But apparently, so far, she's come in and she hasn't pushed that on anybody. I really hope that's not in the near future, but she's been seemingly very gung-ho about trying to restore Xbox to where it should be. We've seen this song and dance before, but she does seem like she has a good idea for a path forward. So I don't know, I'll give anybody a chance, you know. Until you mess up, then I'll judge you on those merits. But right now, I'm curious to see what she'll do. Feels like I just shelled out from my Xbox. Probably gonna be a Steam Deck with more power. At least it isn't like PlayStation right now. Yeah. Yeah, I have not been a fan of PlayStation leadership for a while now. At all, unfortunately. I like the changes the new CEO is making, but I'm not optimistic it'll be a lasting positive change. Yeah, unfortunately that is something where even if she does a decent job, you have to remember at the end of the day it is Microsoft, so how well any of these things, you know, actually last, we'll see. The leadership at Xbox had no idea what they were doing is the truest and most obvious thing in the world. Oh yeah. Yep, like headless chickens for... God, since what, 2013? I would honestly even argue since just after the Kinect launch, personally. Because I'm not one of those people that was, like, against the Kinect. I actually think it was a more innovative thing than the PlayStation Move, which was just, you know... I'm not saying it couldn't be similar to the Wii, but I at least commend Microsoft for trying a different take on motion stuff. I mean, yes, it was kind of like the iToy, but obviously the tech within was more advanced. And they did try to do something different. But it's not so much the Kinect that was the problem, it was the way they revamped all of their internal stuff to revolve around it, and as a result they closed a lot of their internal studios, and they were pretty much just left with nothing but Halo, Forza, Gears, and Fable. And then, yeah, everything just, that downsizing came back to bite them in the next generation. The new Perfect Dark I wanted, I was so hopeful. Bring it back, you flipping cowards. I know, right? I know, we were so close. I thought it actually looked really good. And yeah, I heard of Phantom Dust. I was looking forward to the reboot, but that's gone. I know. So disappointing. PlayStation CEO also has problems. Ryan something? Yeah, Jim Ryan. He was the guy that pushed for the live service games? Yes. And made Bluepoint work on a live service God of War? Yeah, that was a weird decision. And now Bluepoint is gone. Which, interesting fact about Bluepoint, they were actually comprised of ex-Retro Studios people. So basically ex-Nintendo employees who had worked on the Metroid Prime games. And now they don't exist anymore, which is sad, because I did think that they were a pretty good team. But, yeah, the live service push within PlayStation has been an undeniable disaster. And I think they see it now too, because it's just bled them money. So glad I swapped back off PlayStation before all of this. My dad had a Kinect. The games actually weren't complete dog water. The things Kinects get used for now is odd. Yeah, Kinects pretty much now are used in medicine and paranormal investigation, believe it or not. They're good cameras. They actually are pretty good. They just weren't the best for games, but to be honest, I mean, a lot of that I think came down to, like, the space requirement and the kinds of games that were being made with it. Kinect did have a chance to be something more than it was, but something that a lot of these companies are not very good at is managing multiple products at once. And that's true of Microsoft even outside of gaming. Microsoft has always been terrible with supporting their various initiatives. Just like Google. Google is also infamously horrendous at pretty much everything they do. There's a reason why a lot of people refer to the Google graveyard, where all of their products are. They start things and then give up on them very quickly. Like Stadia. Or was it Google Glass, the glasses that now freaking Meta is trying to do as well? I still remember reading articles back in the day where people were buying the Google glasses and getting punched in the face for wearing them because everybody thought that, like, they were trying to film them in secret. Like, people would walk into the, like, bathrooms wearing them, and they would get attacked because people thought that they were perverts. So that initiative didn't go well, but they're trying it again with Meta. I have some cursed Retro Studios trivia when I get home. Oh god, yeah, you gotta tell me that. I would definitely love to hear that, Dandy. I might know what you're thinking of, but let's see if we're on the same page. I suspect we are, though. Really sad about Japan Studios shut down. Demon's Souls, Bloodborne, Loco Roco, Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah. Yeah, Japan Studio was gone way too soon. I know that they had been struggling, really since the PlayStation 3. I mean, The Last Guardian took 1,000 years to come out, right? But I feel like they were the studio at Sony that were putting out very unique titles. And I feel like they didn't really get the investment that they should have. And honestly, one series that I wish they would have tried again with was Siren. That is a game I do want to play on the channel at some point. But yeah, Siren is something that I feel could have been a big franchise for Sony, but they just didn't really... Sony is very weird about what they choose to invest in and what they don't. I knew about medical, not the paranormal. Yeah. Yeah, paranormal investigators use Kinect cameras because they can actually identify, like, the skeletal structure of a person. And, they actually do pick up things when they're investigating. It's hard to explain, but if you ever, like, watch any of those videos and stuff, they are pretty good for that, actually. Surprisingly. You gotta use the Kinect for the next paranormal investigation, Emerald. That would be a fun piece of fan art, honestly. I've heard they can be used as security cameras. I might be misremembering. I'm not actually sure. I think I remember reading something like that too, Emerald, but I can't remember. On the early VTuber days, they mostly used the Kinect as a tracker for the models. Yes, you could actually use the Kinect in MMD back in the day to record motion data. So, like, you could actually, like, if you had a Kinect, you could set it up and then dance and use that, what do you call it, the tracking data to work with, which is pretty cool. I never got to use it myself because I didn't have a Kinect. But that seems like it probably would have been, probably would have made the process a little bit easier than hand animating everything. And kind of made, like, motion capture kind of accessible to the average person, right? I keep forgetting you don't have a bonk button. Welcome in, Augustine. Good to see you. I hope you're doing well this evening. I think I'll let Adrian try it first if he wants. To be fair, some people have been using the meta glasses for evil, mostly being obtuse jerks to others on the street. Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. I really hope that those glasses don't catch on for a lot of reasons. One, I don't like meta. Two, it's already like something that everybody has a supercomputer in their pockets at this point, you know, with smartphones and whatnot. But having those glasses on all the time and like being able to record people, like it's already kind of hard to tell if somebody might be recording you if they have their phone out and you don't really know what they're doing with it. But one, we don't need to give more people any weapons to use in that regard, and also we don't need more distractions. Like, people already tragically walk into the middle of the street because they're lost in their phones or they're lost in their AirPods or whatever. We don't need people surfing their freaking TikTok or whatever in their eyes and nobody can see it, you know what I mean? So, yeah, I hope that really doesn't catch on. They started struggling when they made Knack. Yeah. Yeah, Knack was a choice. It was a very odd direction. Fun fact, that was actually directed by Mark Cerny, the lead architect of the PlayStation consoles, starting with the PlayStation Vita. And a man who has been working in the industry since, I believe he started with Sega, no? The spirit starts playing Kinect Sports. Adrian, what do I have to do to get a bonk button? So, fun fact, I actually came very close to implementing one. The reason why I did not is because I do watch a lot of streamers, and one thing that I have noticed is, you kind of have like a delicate balance when you're streaming, right? Especially as a VTuber, because the same thing is true of, like, live streamers. Like, I don't really know what to call them. People call them, like, flesh tubers, but that's kind of weird. You know what I mean? People who actually jump on camera, right? But I know it's more prominent with VTubers because, you know, we're more interactive given the fact that we have models and things like that, right? Anything that you would do with another kind of streamer, like, they would have to do to themselves if you requested or, you know, put in the points, whereas this activates automatically. My point being, there's like a delicate balance where I feel some people kind of abuse that, and then it becomes like this thing where it distracts from the stream. To be honest, that's actually why I don't have, like, audio cues that pop up. Like, a lot of people implement that kind of thing, and I do think that it could be pretty funny or actually really cool when people attach, like, music to it and stuff. But for me, I just feel like it would get really distracting and probably annoy me more than anything, just to have tons of, like, songs popping up or images popping up all over the screen, or in the case of a bonk thing, I've seen a lot of people abuse that with certain VTubers, and then it's like, I don't know, it kind of ruins the flow of a stream, I feel. But I don't know, I'll consider it. I just, for the kind of person that I am, I just feel like it would be a little bit distracting for me. This is fair, not everyone is great with excessive audio input. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it would just distract me a lot, honestly. Plus, I also feel that some people have a weird thing. I feel like this is something mostly female VTubers have to deal with, but I've seen some male VTubers have to deal with it as well. Is, like, people kind of have, like, this kindergarten level, like, bullying thing, where they just really like picking on the streamer, and that can get really annoying to me. Like, I know for some people, they have that relationship with their viewers, and it can be fun banter, right? Like, I'm not saying I'm against that, but there are times where you can tell where it really gets taken to, like, a childish level, and there are a lot of streamers who are bothered by it, and they won't say it. But, you know, they kind of put up with it just because the viewers like it or whatever, but it does bother them, because it gets kind of annoying being nagged all the time, you know what I mean? And, the more inputs you give them to do that, it just kind of encourages the behavior more, and if you don't nip it in the bud quickly, it becomes this thing where people assume that, one, you're okay with it, and two, like, oh, you know, this is just a part of how this community is or whatever, and everybody kind of starts joining in on the fun, and it may not be fun for the streamer. Again, I'm not speaking for all streamers. There are plenty who I think would disagree with me on that, and that's perfectly fine. But I do just think that it can be a little distracting for me personally. And for me, like I said, I do feel like it's more of a problem that I would say a lot of female VTubers have to deal with, because a lot of times I feel guys kind of use it as like a, you know, they say like in kindergarten and preschool and stuff, like kids pick on each other and that's their way of showing that they like someone. I feel like a lot of people use that mentality and that's where it comes from, but I should probably shut my mouth before I say something else. Just my view of it. And then you got run over by someone in an SUV with the biggest tablet on the dashboard. Yeah, exactly. What assets does Adrian need to implement the bonk button? I actually already have them. Hold on, I'm just catching up on everything because I was yapping a bit. I call them real tubers. Yeah, that's probably good. I am home. Welcome home, Dandy. Glad you are back. Please do feel free to share that. Please do feel free to share that fact about Retro Studios. I want to hear that. Like I said, I think I might know what you're getting at, but I'm curious. Maybe I'm wrong. I feel that I'm not into bonks. Definitely times when sound alerts start to annoy me, said lovingly for my chat. Yeah. That does make sense. I like some effects, but others can be, like moving images can be overwhelming. Yeah, especially when they encompass the entire screen. I think also because some people don't have common sense, like to do it when it makes sense to do it. Sometimes people are playing a game and they're in the middle of like a important cutscene or an emotional scene, and then they start spamming voice stuff, and it's really inconsiderate, I think. I do know a great and talented VTuber who has a ton of different things like that and is like always having to ask the audience to please like tone it down during certain times, like use your head, like, you know, they're there for us to have fun and kind of play with each other, but like if you see me in the middle of an important serious topic that I'm discussing with all of you, use your head. Don't do that, because, you know, you'll get timed out, because it's annoying. So, and I totally understood where she was coming from, because it is. And I'm glad that she didn't have any qualms about saying that. Don't let us bully you, it's all jokes and always... It's all jokes always, and it's not fun if you're not having fun. Yeah, I don't really feel like you guys, you know, try to bully me or anything like that, and trust me, you know, if I felt like anybody was seriously disrespecting me, it would be handled in an instant. I have no issues taking care of that kind of thing. And I have no, I don't feel like you guys do that at all. Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's a difference between, like, true bullying the streamer, like just being an asshole, and then, like, spamming certain things, like voice cues and stuff. I wouldn't say it's really meant to be mean. I don't think people have bad intentions when they do it. I do just think that it's like a... I think it's just playful negging, which again, some people handle better than others. You know what I mean? I don't think it's necessarily from a place of being like genuinely mean or anything. It's definitely the chat believes the streamer is okay with it because it's an available redeem. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of grody on the internet. If that's a boundary, it should be respected. Yeah. Yeah, I have definitely seen that a lot with some streamers where they will take certain things that are there and use it as a way to, I don't know, slip in a lot of innuendo that you can tell will make the streamer uncomfortable. I appreciate that you're a gentle kind of soul, if you don't mind me saying, or like non-violent, thank you. Yes, I am very much of the belief that the only time that I will The only time you'll see a certain side of me come out is if people are intentionally trying to cause trouble, and I am not going to hold my tongue in that regard, but yeah. I go nonverbal IRL semi-frequently, so I enjoy audio cues as a more simplistic way of participating. Oh, I can definitely understand that. Yeah, it's definitely a your mileage may vary kind of thing. But I feel like, you know, a streamer who is aware of their boundaries will have, like, they'll set up redeems that are appropriate for them. You know what I mean? I think, and I guess it might be a little presumptuous of me to say this, as I still consider myself a fairly new streamer. I only started doing this back in October. But I feel like something that happens is some streamers get into this, and they set up things that they see other people have, thinking that it'll be fun for them without kind of feeling it out first, and then it becomes uncomfortable for them, and then it's hard to pare back once you've established a certain norm in your community. At least that's what I've kind of seen. Okay, so Retro Studios was working on multiple projects and getting nowhere on any of them. Nintendo sends their guys to check them out and finds exactly that, and also the company's server absolutely loaded with the founder's sex tapes. So they gave him the boot, cancel almost everything, they turned the last game into Metroid Prime. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. We were thinking the same thing. God, what was the guy's name? Jeff Spangenberg. That was the guy that was the lead of Retro Studios, formerly Iguana Entertainment. And they gave him the boot because he had a website that he was hosting on Retro's servers. That was a personal site for him that was featuring pictures of him at parties with adult film stars and all kinds of things, him with his cars and his mansion and everything. And yeah, Nintendo obviously did not take too kindly to that, and they showed him the door very quickly. And yeah, it was a tough period, but they actually replaced him with a man named Michael Kelbaugh, who is still the head of Retro to this day. He was one of Nintendo's own people, and I believe he had kind of said something to them along the lines of, like, just give me a chance, like, give me 2 weeks, and if you don't like how I do things, and you know, feel free to leave, but like, don't just leave yet. Give me a chance, and things ended up actually working out very well for them. It gets worse. The ousted founder made a new game studio. Yes, the Guy game. Yep, a horrid trivia game where success was rewarded with drunk girls on spring break flashing the camera. Shortly after release, the parents of one of the girls found out that she was in it. Yep. Yeah, she was underage. The court charged the studio with selling illicit materials featuring minors and were ordered to destroy all copies of it. Yes, indeed. Yeah. And it's crazy because that was also during the era of, like, Girls Gone Wild and stuff, which also had the same problem, and the creator of that turned out to be a notorious, abusive piece of trash as well. So, there was a lot of stuff going on at that point in time. I don't even know what happened to Jeff Spangenberg after all of that. But, hopefully he's no longer involved in anything. I can't imagine he would be. Gets worse, they re-edited the footage and sold it as an adult film. Yeah, I remember reading that. I think they removed her or whatever, and that was like their way of trying to recoup the losses from destroying the so-called game. Yeah. They should be banished to the spider pit, yes. I don't watch a lot of streams other than yours and the people you interact with, so I didn't realize redeems could be used for evil. Yeah, like I said, it really depends on the streamer. And I think, to be fair, you know, the kind of day you're having, I think some people can be... I think most days things can be fine, but if you're in a bit of a bad mood, then, you know, you probably shouldn't be streaming, you know, that day. But sometimes people try to power through it, and then even things that don't bother them usually can kind of bother them then. So it's a bit of a give and take, you know. I will say you're surprisingly genuine during streams. It's interesting to see in comparison to the joking buffer between most people and their audience. Thank you, Augustine. I am very much of the belief that, personally, I would like to be successful being myself and being genuine. I do think to a degree that there is a necessary boundary in the sense of like... So I kind of learned this lesson from other communities I was involved with. I won't get into any of that, but let's just say I've dealt with some pretty crazy shit. I was going to mention one thing, but I actually shouldn't talk about that. Anyway, yeah. And yeah, I do think to a degree that there is a necessary buffer to have. And I probably should work a little bit harder on that, to be honest. But I don't know, when I look at the VTubing community, one thing that kind of disappoints me about it... Hey, welcome in, Callisto. I hope you're doing well this evening. But yeah, probably. But one thing that I do feel disappoints me a little bit about the VTubing community is that I do feel like a lot of people kind of look at what was successful and they all try to mimic each other. And that ends up resulting in less authentic entertainment. And I don't just mean for the viewer, but also for the streamer, because a lot of people will, like, it's common for a lot of streamers to, or VTubers, I should say, to kind of turn around months later and say, like, oh, I wasn't really using my real voice, or, my attitude wasn't how I actually am, and I'm scared that you guys are gonna want to stop watching me if I be the real me. And that happens with real streamers too, or real tubers, but, I feel like a lot of it happens so often with VTubers, mainly because we're a character on a screen. And as you were kind of talking about like a boundary, part of that is a boundary, right? Flesh people agent. But part of that is a little bit of a boundary, right? And so that makes people a little bit more comfortable with being somebody else, which is fair. I mean, that's fine, right? I said in the interview that I had with Eric Loy that part of the thing that made me want to do this is that urge as a child to want to be an anime character. And I never thought that there would be a way to kind of actually do that, right? At least in spirit. But I think the lines start to get blurred a little bit when, you know, they have an idea for a character they really want to portray, and then they get up there on the metaphorical stage, you know, they hit the go live button, and then what ends up happening is they find that they may not be entirely comfortable with the character that they created, and that it needs some tweaking. Maybe they don't want to always speak in a higher voice than they can comfortably maintain, right? Or maybe they're fine with having the lore of their character, but they don't want to always have to, like, reference it or embody a specific aspect of it. And, again, it becomes kind of difficult to pare that back once you've established it. Especially with, you know, an audience. Some people hit the ground running and they gain an audience rather quickly, and at that point the pressure is on to maintain that if you want to keep growing. And from the get-go, a lot of VTubers kind of try to follow in the footsteps of whoever was successful. I have this little theory that a lot of YouTubers, like, we're not talking about VTubers yet, I'll get to that in a second, but a lot of VTubers, or I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit caught up now in my thoughts. Let me pare that back a bit. A lot of YouTubers, especially ones that make gaming content, I feel like a lot of them just copy the angry video game nerd circa 2006. You can see it in the way that they film their stuff, the way they structure their skits. It's just very angry video game nerd. And I feel like ever since he kind of laid out the formula, people have been following that religiously, and it really hasn't grown that much. Like, they change it a little bit in the fact that he was obviously doing, like, skits with reviews that were half true. Like, sometimes he would play up how much he didn't like a video game, so it was funny. But, you know, there was a little bit of truth to how he felt about it, right? But overall, it was entertainment. He viewed them as like little short films and stuff. If you've ever read about James Rolfe, then you kind of know how he kind of viewed it, and the fact that he was more interested in being a filmmaker, and the whole angry video game nerd thing blew up kind of beyond what he expected, and he used it as a springboard to end up making a movie out of it and stuff like that, right? And nowadays you see a lot of people making gaming videos where they incorporate aspects of what he established with those skits and whatnot. And it's all in the same style. I feel that in the VTubing space, for a lot of people, that's VTuber that is kind of their angry video game nerd that they model themselves after is Gargura. Because she blew up during the pandemic. Her prior identity was as well. I'm sure most people know it, but I'm not gonna say it because it's just common etiquette. But her prior persona was also extremely popular, but especially when she became Gargura, she blew up big time. And a lot of the VTubers that followed after, like Independence, all really started acting like Gargura. And I still feel like to this day, a lot of them are incredibly inspired by her, which is fine, but it reminds me so much of how a lot of YouTubers that make gaming content are so clearly inspired by the angry video game nerd. And to me, I feel like that kind of ends up resulting in a lack of authenticity, because they're trying to recapture something that made a specific individual very popular because it was based on their own personality, right? So, all of that to say, and I'm not trying to, like, criticize anybody, so I hope it's not coming off that way, but what I am saying is, as I got into this, one thing I wanted to do was try to be more authentic, which can be, you know, dicey for several reasons, but I wanted to be more authentic because, to me, I feel like I already have a lot of things going against me in my own personal view. And I will catch up with chat in a second. I'm just trying to make sure I don't lose my train of thought here, so I do apologize. But yes, I do feel like, for me, I know that I have certain things going against me as a VTuber that I do think would prevent me, and I do honestly think will prevent me from getting at all very popular. But knowing that, I try to work around those things and just be as authentic as I can be regardless. Because to me, getting more popular by acting like something I'm not would not be fulfilling. Like they say, if you fail to get popular being yourself, it's kind of dangerous to your ego because it feels like a rejection of you. Which is a fair assessment, but I feel like it's also a rejection of your ego if you have to become popular by being something you're not. You know what I mean? I kind of view it as one and the same. So yeah, I do try to be as authentic as I can be. Within, you know, the reason of boundaries, of details, and things like that. And how successful that'll be, I don't know. But yeah, I do try. Now I'm going to catch up on the rest of chat. My apologies for the sidebar. Let's see. I didn't know this part of the story, Jesus. Yeah. Jeff Spangenberg was not a good guy. The man is a walking train wreck, yeah, to put it mildly. Adrian's so dark and mysterious. Not the first time that I've been told that, actually. Oh yeah, having boundaries is good and keeping that distance is good. I more so mean that you don't seem afraid of sincerity. Oh yeah. Yeah, definitely. Trust me, I have, I don't know, my experiences in life has been that I have never been the type of person that has been afraid to speak my mind, and I have faced everything from people attempting to humiliate me to outright telling me that they want to kill me. So, you know, when you face things like that, it's like, whatever. So yeah, just to put it bluntly, authenticity is a rare thing in VTubers, and it's one of the things I like about you and Akira. I appreciate that, Dandy. I really do. Icky, I hate that. Flesh people, Adrian. We stay because we're loyal, and I appreciate that, and honestly, that that exchange of you saying that you're loyal and me saying I appreciate that reminds me of DJ Khaled. If anybody remembers those weird videos of him just talking to the camera, saying those things over and over again. I didn't intend to sound like him, but if I do eventually stream either as Flesh Self or VTuber Self, I'd want to be as authentic as you. That makes me really happy to hear, Elandria, and honestly, I think that, I think you would be great as a streamer, and I think you would be far better than me, personally. Adrian, how dare you? What am I gonna do with all my fake personalities? Callisto, that giggle is too genuine to be fake. People with public-facing images usually have a kind of persona they step into in order to protect their real persona. But you also have to make sure the difference isn't too extreme, otherwise it feels like a farce rather than a performance. Exactly. Yeah. Well said, Emerald. That is, I think that's the perfect way to put it. Funny enough, they actually covered this on Oshinoko. It was, I was watching this, I was watching it yesterday. Ended up binging the whole first season, and now I got to season 2. But yeah, they do kind of cover that, and it's true. It is important to have a little bit of a boundary, and I do try to do that, but, you know, the key is, I think the saying, when you're doing something right, people won't know that you're doing anything at all, and I think that applies here. When you have the right, distance between that persona aspect of yourself and your real self, people shouldn't really be able to tell, I think. Because otherwise, then yeah, they can tell when you're putting it on, and it just comes off as fake, you know? I can think of a YouTuber I was super into who definitely was inspired by them. Oh, AVGN? Yeah, I can think of several. There's many. Many, many, many. Weirdly enough, I think even a lot of people who were still babies when the first AVGN videos came out are still inspired by him. If not directly, then just through the inspiration of people who were inspired by him. It's just all over, like, the gaming side of YouTube. Any gaming video essay that you see that has comedic skits and an overindulgence of, like, you know, phony, like, rage or other strong emotion towards a specific video game that seems a little bit excessive, definitely comes from there. He's obviously not the only one at this point, but most people that followed suit took it from him. I'm a sub, I can't, unfortunately. Oh wait, like D&D. I don't think you'll be unpopular, you'll just be popular at different crowds and maybe common VTuber communities. I think you have great appeal. Thank you, Callisto. That means a lot, coming from you. And yeah, honestly, I mean, I'm okay with that. I have a lot of issues with most VTuber fans, if I'm honest. I talked about this a little bit, God, what stream was it in? I can't even remember at this point, but, I was talking about pretty much the closure of the Japanese side of the Hollow Stars under, the company cover. And how there's a lot of so-called VTuber fans, mostly men, who are celebrating the dissolution of the Hollow Stars branch, or the Japanese branch at least. I do feel, unfortunately, it'll probably end up making its way to the English branch as well. But I did talk about that and my issue with it, and how weirdly male VTuber fans seem to utterly despise male VTubers. And a lot of times it gets mischaracterized as like female VTubers hating male VTubers, and that has not been my experience at all. It's more so male fans, I feel, that hate them. Like, really hate them. This sounds similar to the rant I went on when I came back on hiatus, so I'm agreeing with everything. Believe it or not, it's fun listening to you yap. That is hard for me to believe, Augustine, but that does make me happy to hear that you guys feel that way. See, Adrian is mysterious and brooding. It's your energy, whether you like it or not, apparently. Apparently it is. Because I have heard that quite often. Yikes. Oh yeah, I know what you're referring to, yeah. Yeah. That small hint implies a whole story. Yeah, there is a whole story behind it. It's also not the first time, or the only time, I had people feel that way about me. As I had mentioned some time ago, I think I tend to be the kind of person that people either really like or really despise, and no in between. That has at least been my experience in life. And I don't even say that in like a, I don't know, I guess that can come off a certain way, but I don't mean that as like I'm trying to self-assess myself that way. That's just been my experience, and people have certainly let me know it, whether positive or negative. Thank you for the hydrate. No wonder you're strong. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Yeah, it's alright. It is what it is. People are just people, for better or worse. Usually for worse. Despite how it sounds, I am not a big people person at all. Actually cannot stand most people, so I appreciate all of you guys. If I am spending time with you, then it probably says a lot. Yeah, that Oshinoko episode was pretty dark. I love the visuals that she was imagining a beautiful scene when in reality she's out in the gloomy rain at night. Yes. Okay, so you actually were watching it too, okay. Yeah. It's interesting listening to y'all yap about VTubing spaces. As someone who seems to have had a vastly different introduction to them, I'm curious about your experience with them, Augustine. Adrian, I would love to yap with you about this topic sometime. I have so many opinions, but no historical knowledge like yourself, but I gotta get going. You're probably gone by now. I'm sorry it took so long to read through everything, but if you are still here, Callisto, yeah, it would be fun to really talk back and forth about it. But thank you for dropping by, and yeah, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Always nice to hear from you, so thank you for being here. This witch is the first VTuber I've ever actually watched, so I feel incredibly sheltered during this conversation. For real, I was introduced because of a friend of mine started streaming, and I've just been jumping around from collabs since then. Interesting. Or because we're under his spell. I don't know you, but from my initial impression, I don't see anyone interesting despising you. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I've been in a few... more than a few weird situations. I don't know. My life is weird, to be honest. Supporting a friend streamer is how I got here too, basically. It is interesting seeing how everybody kind of got here, whether as fans or as streamers themselves. I know a lot of people got into VTubing thanks to the pandemic. A lot of people were looking for alternative forms of entertainment, and VTubers were basically kind of just blowing up at that point. Like, there was a perfect storm of English VTubers becoming a thing, and I think it definitely blew up with the introduction of Hollow Myth. Especially Gargura. She is the one that I think really made everything blow up from an English side. Because VTubing was already finding its footing and stuff like that. Like, I was actually into VTubing at the point of my goodness, hold on, let me make sure I have the right name here, because I keep thinking of the wrong person. Hold on. Kizuna Ai. Okay, yes. For some reason, I kept thinking of Ai Enma from Hellgirl. I don't know why, but anyway. But yes, I was watching Kizuna Ai, and even though I don't know Japanese, it was fun just watching her streams and stuff like that. And then she really started to become really, really big, and then you started seeing these independent VTubers pop up once they figured out the technology and stuff, and then all these, these companies started popping up, and yeah. You were already seeing independent VTubers popping up in the English spaces. Gargura's prior persona was one of them. There's another Hololive streamer that also was blowing up in the space at that time too, who obviously goes by a different thing now. And I think for most people, the establishment of the English line of Hololive streamers aligned so perfectly time-wise with the pandemic and people being stuck at home, especially younger people, who are into anime and stuff, who are looking for some kind of entertainment, being stuck at home and stuff, and it just aligned perfectly. And Gura's personality seemed to have clicked with the most people. Life in general is weird. I'm sorry you've had those experiences. Yeah. Like I said, it is what it is. C'est la vie, as they say. I will say I may know of her, but I've never seen Gargura. Yeah. She's, she retired or resigned from Hololive, but she's still out there under a different pseudonym. Yeah, she was really talented and definitely really good at what she did. But she definitely embodied, I think, and just to preface this, I'm not saying, and like, I don't mean this in like a negative way or anything, I just want to make that clear. But she embodied more of like that chaotic and like kind of quote-unquote gremlin energy kind of streamer that you see every VTuber trying to capture now. To me, they definitely took it from her. Again, I very much liken it to the way people try to copy the angry video game nerd. If you watch some of her streams and then watch like 5 different independent VTubers, you'll see how they're like Gura. Or kind of taking from her. How do we wrap you in a blanket or something? But yes, I've been going and going and going. The clock tells me it's been an hour and 20 minutes. I can't believe that. It doesn't feel like it. So I should probably get to the game, because I do have, unfortunately, another early wake up tomorrow, and some things that I do need to be alert for. So I should try to get to the game so we have a good amount of play time. But my intent is to stream tomorrow, provided, you know, other things don't crop up. But, yeah. So, with that, we should probably get to our pre-stream tarot card pull at this point, right? You're just so interesting that we all got caught up in listening to you. I don't think I'll ever get used to being referred to as interesting. Funny story, actually, there was a time, pre-stream pull an hour in makes me giggle. Actually, it's probably good that I didn't say that when Callisto was around, because she calls me out for that. Maybe I should call it the pre-game tarot card pull at this point, because these extended yap sessions tend to drag on. No, reality sucks. Stay with us forever. Too damn bad. The council decided you're interesting. Well, thank you, Augustine. Okay, first we got 20 jackets from his wardrobe. Yeah. Yeah, funny story. One of the weirder things that's happened to me in life is, this happened a long time ago. I was like freshly a teenager when this happened. But I do remember, this one time I had started going to this place. I'll skimp on the details a bit just in case, because I have, you know, shared the story before with some people and you never know, so I'll just, err on the side of caution. But yes, I, had basically just stepped in through the doors, and there was a lot of weird things that happened for whatever reason. God, it's so hard to talk around this, but yeah, basically, I was getting a lot of weird attention in several ways, but as I say, I am not a people person, I never really have been, so... Anyway, I, ended up being introduced to these two girls, and one of them had a boyfriend, so he was there too. He was actually the one that started talking to me first, and he wanted to introduce me to his girlfriend and her friend. So I step into this other room with them and whatnot, and I introduced myself, and I held out my hand and everything, and then they just look at me, and they don't shake my hand, they just kind of give me this stare like I fell off a tree. And so I'm just thinking, okay, like what did I do? And the first thing that comes out of the girl's mouth is, "You're weird." And I'm like, okay, why? What did I do? And her response was, "You're nice, it's weird." And the only thing I could think of is, introducing yourself is nice? I don't know, it was such a weird encounter, and it definitely sums up a lot of the strange things I've experienced with people. And the reason I bring that up is, as you all say that I am interesting, it was actually around this time that I had somebody tell me that I was like the most boring person that they had ever met. Which I actually thought was really funny. I guess I shouldn't have, but I did think it was really fucking funny. But I don't know. I've just always had the weirdest experiences with people, if I'm honest. It's very, very strange. So, yeah, it is interesting to hear the opposite. We'll gather them over time. It's like those cartoons where they open the closet and the rest of their clothes are whatever they have on. How do I get my jacket? You gotta know the secret password. We burrito tuck him. Now he's under our spell. Use a weighted blanket for maximum security. Oh man, if that's all it takes to be weird, I'm too far gone. I know, it, right? Such a... I don't even... I don't know. So strange. Shaking my head, Gen Z doesn't know what first-time compliments are. If you're weird, Adrian, I should be locked up. When your comment first popped up, Melandria, all I saw was, I should be locked up, and I was very confused for 2 seconds before I read the rest of it. I was about to say, did you just commit a crime? I think people, especially when they're younger, tend to say the dumbest shit to each other. Oh yeah. Definitely. Children can be some of the cruelest people imaginable. Though I would still say adults are definitely way, way worse, but... yeah. A lot of adults end up so messed up because of how cruel other children were to them when they were children. Long ago, I took to responding to comments like you're weird with thank you. Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. I think that is the best way to go about it. But I don't know, I have a strange sense of humor. A lot of times when people think they're insulting me, it just makes me laugh, if I'm honest. I think because I've probably heard it all at this point, so when people try to surprise me with shit, it just kind of makes me laugh. Also because I think I have a tendency to, I have a tendency to surprise people with, how I can be when you mistreat me. And that usually takes them off guard. Darkness imprisoning me, all that I see. Can't escape the weird allegations. My own family has decided I'm creepy because I stand in doorways a lot. I mean, that's not creepy. I'm weird, I'm odd, unusual, good. That means nobody is stepping into my role. Yeah, exactly. I had a time in school when I literally just helped the new kid at school when he was confused about something, and this dude looked at me and laughed rudely, and I was like, you're not a part of this conversation. Yeah. Yeah, like, what? I don't know. I can't figure people out, honestly. I really can't. Which I think is probably, a good thing. To not understand some kinds of people. I was mostly immune to bullying in school because I took it literally. Oh, so like some of the more weird insults, like, yeah, I can kind of understand what you mean by that. I stand in doorways when I space out too. I'm starting to think that, the conspiracy theories that we're actually Sims might be true. Have you ever seen that theory people have where it's like if you walk into a room and you forget what you were going to do, it's because the person playing your file in The Sims canceled your order? That always makes me laugh. Because that is what it feels like. When you forget what you're saying or what you wanted to do. Allegedly, it's the way I stand. Yeah, I used to get weird comments about the way that I stood as well when I was younger. I have no idea why. Again, people are just weird. Ironically enough. Something also I've noticed is the people that seem to dislike you the most are the ones that can't seem to stop thinking about you or analyzing you. Funny that. They pay a lot of attention to people that they claim they can't stand. Which I have never understood. It's like hate watching. Which is like, why would you do that to yourself? But people do have a odd penchant for doing that. They despise me because I stand in the dark with my long dark hair and my face standing very still, sometimes just for the love of the game. We do like the Sadako energy here. Standing there menacingly. I can hear that in Patrick's voice. I also stand weird, but I have a back condition. I'm told it's the autism and like 4 other things. Yeah, I'm sorry that you all have had to deal with the awful nature of people out there. That is one reason why I do feel like, building communities like this is important. A lot of times it's easy to think that you are the only person in the world or that nobody else thinks like you. And, finding ways to connect with other people that feel the way you do and nurturing those connections and kind of retaining that community is very important. Especially now more than ever. It is very easy to believe that things are just kind of irreparably terrible with, the news coming out every day. And to be fair, it does feel pretty irreparably terrible, but, when you do manage to find other people that you gel with that think very similar to you, then, it doesn't feel so bad. Thing is, I'm just told mainly by psychologists because I know a lot of those, but I haven't been tested. I feel better being here at least. Well, that makes me really happy to hear, Emerald. One thing I really wanted to do, or that I set out to do when I started doing this was to be able to provide that kind of space that is actually like funnily enough, we can connect this back to an earlier conversation we had here. That's why it's important to me to be authentic, because they say that the audience reflects the streamer, and that is particularly important to me because I have been a part of other communities before, and I have founded other communities before that didn't go so well, mainly because, those communities were centered around an idea. But since, I'm here and I'm streaming, I don't mean to sound self-involved when I say this, but it's just the nature of streaming unless you are part of like a team or a group kind of thing. It revolves around you. So the energy that you put in is hopefully what you'll get back as compared to when you create a specific community. Like, let's just say I made a community based around my love for Resident Evil. That's great, but there's no guarantee you're gonna attract like-minded people because they're there for the topic of the game. And that can attract people that you really don't care for. Right? And I'm not saying the same can't be true of this. Plenty of great streamers have bad eggs in their fan bases. But the good part is, if I sit here and like, I'll just be extremely blunt with it. Just me before saying something like, whoa, somebody gifted 5 subs. Thank you to the anonymous person who gifted 5 subs. I really appreciate that. I don't know who did that. I would definitely like to thank you properly, but I assume, of course, you did that for a reason, so I respect that. Thank you so much. That means a lot. So thank you to whoever did that. I really do appreciate it. Anonymous coward, no. Some people, they do value their privacy and that kind of thing, and I can totally understand. So thank you so much. Whoever you are. That really does mean the world. Thank you. But, oh, and another one. Thank you. Thank you to, Yet another gift sub, thank you. Anonymous, you're amazing. Thanks for keeping the witch in enchantment mats. Is that what you call it? Yes, thank you so much. But, you know, this is actually kind of what I'm talking about. Like, this kind of thing is... Yeah, thank you to the generosity of this person. Like, I really... I appreciate it. Sorry, I get a little bit... Oh, God. OBS. Okay, I think we're good. I thought it was about to disconnect. Yeah, I get a little bit tongue-tied when that happens. Just because I never expect it, so thank you so much. Rendered speechless, exactly, yeah. Rendered back to my natural state. But, yeah, this is exactly why I was saying that it's different when you have a community that is drawn to you for you rather than a specific, like, topic, right, or subject. Because just to be very blunt, you know, before when I was talking about one of the reasons why everything is so expensive, I make no bones about how I feel about certain things when I say, you know, pieces of shit starting wars and, sorry to interrupt. Emerald, you didn't have to do that. Emerald, thank you for the 100 bits. Alright, now I'm going to have to do the same. You're just gonna have to watch yourself. Thank you so much, Emerald. I really, really appreciate that. I am indeed sorry. It's alright, don't be. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But, you know, when I say things like that, it's very clear what I'm referring to, and, you know, it's important to me because, you know, when you... Oh my god. Get... Dandy. Dandy, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Holy shit. Thank you so much. You guys are, you guys are the greatest. Seriously, thank you. I always feel like I don't do enough to express how grateful I am, but I'm really bad with things like this. I'm not the best gift recipient because even though I really do appreciate it, I always feel like nothing I say can express the gratitude that I feel inside, and I get paralyzed trying to express it, so... Oh my god. Nerd. Nerd, get loved, nerd. Hit enter too soon. Dandy, you didn't have to donate more bits to say that, but thank you. You could have just called me a nerd. That would have sufficed on its own. Thank you so much. You guys really are great. And it's not about the donations, but rather the fact that when I went into this, I've said it a billion times already, so I don't want to keep repeating myself, but I really didn't anticipate myself getting beyond maybe 15 followers if I was lucky at that. So getting to this point was already mind-blowing, but what's more important than any number is the quality of the community, and you guys have been better than anything that I ever could have hoped for. And that honestly makes it easier than I ever thought it would be to do this. Full honesty, I didn't hit enter too soon. I was gonna just cheer nerd, but I didn't want that to be misunderstood. I would have understood. But thank you so much. Proud to be in your first 500 followers. I'm very honored to have you in my first... Well, I don't know if I'll make it to 500. I don't see that happening, but... Thank you. I'm honored to have you here. You guys are the greatest. But, yeah, TLDR on the other thing I was saying was basically just that, I make no bones about the way I feel about things, in the hopes that, one, you know, I can be as authentic as possible, and two, unlike in a community where you come together over a certain topic, that if people are put off by the things that I feel, then that's perfectly fine, you know? Like, that is a valid reason, even if, you know, I may have strong feelings about people who disagree with certain values that I have that I feel are, you know, universal. But that's perfectly valid, and that's a good thing. You weed people out by being yourself as opposed to being somebody completely different, and then you run even more of a risk of having people in your community that, you know, you're not going to get along with and that they're not going to like you and your thoughts and whatnot. So that's something I've actually kind of come to like about this so far, as opposed to my experience in other communities, where, you know, people are mostly there for a different thing. And that, don't get me wrong, that can actually form good connections as well. But streaming is very unique in that people are drawn to you for you. If they don't like you, they're not going to hit follow, they're not going to subscribe. And again, that's how it should work. Your personality is the drawing point. And that's why I feel it's very important to be yourself, because the end result will be a community like you guys. So thank you for that. Bro, we'll get you to 5K. I would honestly be astounded if that were to happen, but we'll see. We shall see. The main reason that would make me happy is it would mean that there is, well, I don't know the exact number of what I have right now, 112. I'm no good at math, so I can't take out the amount off the top of my head. But, there would be close to 5K other people out there like all of you, and that would be comforting and would make me really happy. To bring people together who are great. So can't promise that, but then's the goal. We'll try our best. Hold on, let me, yeah, we had a hype train. Hold on. This is the emote that we got. That's cute. I forgot to lock in. You're too young entertaining. Why did autocorrect add young? Yeah, that is a good question. Have that one too, it's cute. As soon as Adrian learns the necromancer spells, we're hitting the 5K quick. Wait, only people who are great? Because I'm just alright, you're more than alright. I think you're just dandy. And it's okay for you guys to boo me for that one. I know you can do it. I hope so, Landria. I really do. But like I always say, I do try to stay realistic about what I'm capable of achieving. I do think that is important. I think a lot of people... It's important to shoot for the stars. There is a lyric in a song by my favorite band. And it goes something like, aim for the sky because you never know, you might miss. And I do love that quote. It is important to have big dreams and, you know, keep your thoughts open to how you might get there. Because, you know, obviously it's not easy to achieve the things that you want in life, but if you're a little bit broader about it and you have a good attitude, you know, you might end up getting more than you anticipated. And that's kind of my attitude about it, but I do try to be realistic about the type of person that I am, you know, where I stand in the VTuber space as both an independent VTuber with absolutely dog water skills at self-advertising, and also, you know, not really having a lot of the traits that I think most popular VTubers have. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try, right? So, you know, we'll see. I was going to boo that, but stop reading my mind. I'm a witch. It's my job to read your mind. Personally, I'm not into number goals. I just want you to be able to create the kind of content you want to make. Exactly. Yeah. And I do feel the same. As long as I can have as great of a community as you guys and, you know, get to do the things that I want to do while I'm doing this, that would be the biggest treat. The only thing that would make me happy about reaching such a big number goal would mean that, again, if people are sticking around, then they must be somewhat like-minded to the rest of you, and that would make me happy. To know that there are even more people who feel the same way that we do, and, you know, radiate the same energy, I suppose. That would be reassuring. You know what I mean? If I work hard enough, I'll make enough fan art to get you famous. Your fan art is incredibly lovely, Augustine, and I know I said this already, but I cannot overstate how much even having just one piece of fan art made for me made me feel, because I never thought that I would get any. So that really does, that made me feel really happy when you did that. I was actually talking the other day about how I want to get to a point where if I ever get more, I'd like to have a little thing over to the side, like up there where I'm looking, to have like a carousel of art, like some VTubers do. To just show it off and have your names there and stuff like that. I think that would be really fun. I'd be happy that 5k actually cool people exist. More followers might mean more yap time. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see about that. I don't... That would be the challenging part. I don't know how some people are able to do it with so many people in chat. Like, Akira astounds me. She has so many followers and so many people chatting at one time in her chats. I don't know how she does it. But she's really good at being able to still keep in contact with everybody there while still playing the game. It's okay, you're assisting in the New Year's resolution I set every year. Every year I have to make more art. That is a great resolution to have as an artist. And if I am helping in that way, then I am happy. But yes, wow. An hour and 49 minutes now. I should probably shut the hell up. Let's get to our tarot card pull. We're not even going to call it pre-stream at this point. The tarot card pull. Today's card is the Page of Swords. Now, the Page of Swords is actually a very uplifting card in that, as with other page cards, this is a push in the right direction in terms of the kind of energy that you want to not fulfill, but rather, well, fulfill works, yeah, fulfill a certain goal that you have, right? Especially pertaining to whatever suit you're taking from. And in this case, the Page of Swords is intrinsically linked to education. Sometimes referring to academic education, but also referring to, you know, life lessons or lessons regarding goals that you might have, hobbies, etc. This card is a very good omen for dedicating yourself or meeting other people who are dedicated to a scholarly mindset. And so this is a good omen if you are wanting to go back to school, or you're studying a new trade, or you're trying to learn skills for something that you are looking to accomplish. It embodies positive energy regarding that will to learn, which is very, very, useful to have. However, one thing to keep in mind is that the swords cards definitely always do imply a bit of struggle in the process. So a little bit of resiliency is important here. This is not going to carry you through without a little bit of cuts and bruises along the way, but you will get through it. And this is a very good embodiment of the attitude that you're going to want to have when engaging in a process of learning. Especially because learning can be a non-linear process that is very frustrating. Take it from somebody that is a self-taught guitarist. It is very annoying. So, yes, definitely to recommend steeling yourself in that process of whatever it is that you are aiming to learn. But also, this card can represent another person in your life who is dedicated to learning, or may represent somebody who helps you learn something about yourself. And again, given the nature of swords cards, this can actually be a person that you may have a little bit of quarrels with. But the encouragement here is to look past those issues and try to gain what you can from the relationship with that person, because they are someone who can help you learn a lot about yourself in life. So it really all kind of depends on how this applies to you in your personal life. Could be somebody else, or it could be referring to you. And if it applies to you, then it could again refer to a formal education, or it can refer to ideas that you have for things that you want to do, creative projects, trade projects or whatever, like, I don't know, woodworking, just building stuff, right? Anything that you are interested in doing and you want to learn more so you can become better at it, right? Hobbies generally. So, yeah, this is a great card encouraging you to embrace that scholarly attitude and mindset. Just prepare yourself for some difficulties along the way. So yes, that is our tarot card pull for the day. The Education of the VTuber Adrian Halliwell. That sounds like a light novel title. I like it. I really do. I know the barb of this card is about my arch nemesis, the TikTok algorithm. Yeah. I guess, for me, the YouTube algorithm, trying to figure out how to, make any of my videos make it past 100 views or so. I think the shorts I've put up have gotten to about 2.5k, like the biggest ones I've had. But yeah. My takeaway is to continue the struggle to learn new things. Thank you, of course. Yeah, and definitely do continue. We never stop learning until the day that we die. And that can be something that is hard to fathom. I know personally I have kind of struggled with things that I wish I knew how to do. There's a lot of things I wish I knew how to do. That I didn't get the chance to learn when I was younger, and it kind of feels like, when you're younger and you have more free time and your brain is more, capable of soaking things up quickly, it can make it feel, the older you get, like things are too late, but it isn't true, and it's important to defy that mindset. Because people are learning new things every day, You never stop learning. Does this mean I have to study more perspective? I'm afraid, Augustine, that it might actually be the case. But you got this. My last animatic got 453 views. Gotta repost it later. Yeah, I know the pain. I wish I were a better artist. Oh no, looking back and wishing you did things younger is a pitfall. Yeah. Definitely. But your perspective work is great. Yes, it is. Still looking forward to seeing how it looks when you actually start streaming and stuff, it's gonna make one hell of a background for you. It already looks great. Social media marketing is a different beast? Yeah. Yeah, and as somebody who was never really into social media, and still isn't, I pretty much just hang around Blue Sky, and that's it, pretty much. I've never been great with social media or particularly into it because I'm not a super social person. So, that is indeed one of the major challenges. Plus, there's certain things, and this is where I guess being or trying to be authentic can sometimes, like, backfire on you. When I look at YouTube, I've mentioned before that I hate how, like, the thumbnails of a lot of stuff looks like the checkout lane at a grocery store with all of the, you know, the... what do you call them? The tabloids and stuff. And it pisses me off. So I try not to do that with my thumbnails and such. You know, the, obnoxious faces, close-up, the AI images, the red circle over nothing, or a red arrow pointing to nothing. But I guess if I did that, maybe I'd have a little more success. I don't know. That's sweet, but dear lord, does this take forever? I can post an update on the colors there? Yeah, of course, Augustine, please. That art segment is for all kinds of art. I was thinking I should probably put, like, a dedicated fan art section there, because, again, I didn't do that thinking I wouldn't get any. But the art section is for all kinds of art, whether you created it or you just found a piece that you'd like to share that you think is great from somebody else. It's for all art? Yes. Yes, it is. So you can post your stuff there, too. I guess I should have made that clear. Yeah, I'm gonna make a separate channel for just fan art. I don't know, I felt like making a fan art channel when, one, I didn't think I was gonna get any, and two, I hadn't started streaming yet, was very presumptuous. Possibly a jinx. So I didn't do it. But yeah, the art channel is just for general art. It doesn't have to be related to me. Whispering the perspective grid. I don't know how VTubers advertise. Mostly with, well, a lot of meme stuff and shorts with a lot of innuendo is what I've seen, mostly. So basically things I don't think I'd be able to pull off very well. Or would want to do. Me when my meme gets 2 likes on the socials, damn, this is doing numbers. Yeah, I actually had posted this video in the meme section on my Discord. This video that somebody made, I'll probably repost it or I'll tag you in it, Naka. It's me when one of my shorts actually gets beyond 1K. Not a fan of unironic clickbait thumbnails. There's a way to do it without being so weird. Yeah, exactly. Sounds unfun. I think I'm fine without it. Yeah, me too. Yeah, a lot of it is a lot of, gooner bait, I guess, if you want to just call it for what it is. Again, not trying to insult anybody, but I understand there's certain things that people do to get, you know, garner more attention and such. Not everybody, but there is definitely a lot of VTubers who do it. And like I always say, you know, if you're comfortable with it and you have a good grasp on yourself and you're able to do that while feeling, you know, comfortable, then more power to you. But I'm also not sure that's something that would really work too well for male VTubers. Truth be told, I don't really know what would work for male VTubers. I think that's kind of the thing. I don't think any of us have really cracked the code. Some have ascended to a lot of success, but not many. And it's so inconsistent that I don't think anybody has really found the so-called formula, you know? I'm not sure there even is one, but we'll see. But yes, anyway, 2 hours. That is a new record, I believe, of talking too much, so let's get to the game. Alright, here we are. Here's a thumbnail for your next video. Viewers take my jacket off, pointing at shirtless Bogdamon. Alright, we were right here in the middle of the dungeon. Ooh, game, yes, I am in fact a gamer, even if it seems like I'm just a talker. Thank you, Emerald. I totally forgot about it. Hold on, let me post it. There we go. The post is live. Thank you so much, Emerald, as usual. Wait, Adrian, what secret words for the jacket? It's omelette du fromage. If you say that, the jacket just kind of falls off on its own. Got your back, yes you do. Thank you so much.
Another fork in the road.
This is how we reach the truth. It reflects how problems are really solved, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know if I've ever actually solved a mystery on my own. I don't remember it all.
Doesn't matter. You just need to solve the mystery in front of us. Say!
This time, yours truly is going to help think it through. But more so, I don't remember... Hold on, it just went up. I do want a cheese omelet. But more so, I don't remember if my jacket still already got cashed in. Oh yes, wait, hold on. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. 1 second. You, in fact, did have... You were owed. You were owed one. Hold on. I'm frozen. Okay, it should pop in a second. There we go. Thank you for reminding me. Adrian, are you secretly a millennial? I think you can probably figure that out by the things I talk about. Is that Daphne? Couldn't be. Have fun, you're approaching the solution. I can't wait. I am very curious to hear about this. Hell yeah, it's going in the witch hat box. Maybe I'll take the jacket another day then. Yeah, I forgot Augustine was owed a jacket from the other day when I was in PNG form. Hold on, let me take a sip of water. I definitely was talking too long. The good thing is that I was able to hold out after drinking that tea. So, in theory, I do think that for the reading streams, drinking tea right before I go live should coat my throat enough to make it through it. I just assume all VTubers are 23, but you're on the same page as my millennial booty. You know, the thing about me, is that personally, in my experience, I have always been weirdly... How do I say it? I've always had to be older than I actually was, I think, for a lot of reasons. And so, I'm probably younger than you're thinking, but probably not as young as you're thinking. But I am an eternal witch, so... You know. I was guessing 1,980 years old. Maybe somewhere in the ballpark. Alright, so we have two choices here. Committed suicide after the crime or played dead. Also mature for my age kid here. Relatable as fuck. Yeah. I'm gonna headcanon you're younger than me. I do wonder. I am curious. I too relate to mature for your age. Yeah. Yeah, it's not, it's usually not the compliment people think it is. Because you usually don't get to be that way for positive reasons, right? I was thinking around 12,000. I'm not thinking anything. I'm gonna leave the shadowy, mysterious mystery. But from these two choices, I'm thinking... Okay, I don't want to go into another rant, but actually, I am kind of glad you brought that up, Dandy. Because something that I do hate in the VTuber space is... And really, I guess it's streaming, but it's very prominent in the VTuber space. And I'll make this brief. But it is something I have wanted to talk about, is how people really do seem to have this weird complex about it, like, you have to be, like, super young to be a VTuber, and then on the other hand, like, you're not that old or whatever, and, like, who cares if you are, but they will start throwing out, like, hag and unk and all this other stuff, and I don't know, personally, that just annoys me. Because I feel like a lot of people are pressured to play into it and own it when it makes people feel a certain way. Like, you already have enough, like, people being weird in reality about, you know, how old you're allowed to be to do certain things. Like, once you age past a certain point, you're not supposed to have fun anymore, right? Or, you know, you're too young to have a good head on your shoulders, right? You're supposed to be stupid when you're young and make terrible mistakes and, you know, and fuck up. Like, you're not allowed to be forward-thinking or studious or whatever when you're young, right? And when you're older, you're not allowed to make mistakes, or it's expected that you're just supposed to be better or have done certain things, whatever. It's just very narrow-minded thinking that I feel is very crippling. Actually really hate those terms too. Yeah, me too. That's kind of ties in with what I was saying earlier about the negging people do, where they think that it's more... They think they're saying something, like, funny or whatever, and to me it's just kind of fucked up. I like calling people unk, but I swear it's lovingly. If you want me to adopt the hag tag at my age, you're insane. Yeah, exactly. Unk is a bit more fun than hag, I think. Yeah, unk is more fun, and it doesn't bother me that much. I do think it's kind of funny. It's just more so when you have people actually using it in, like, a derogatory way. Like, there are some people who do it trying to, they're being little shits, basically. Right, if I call it what it is. Experienced VTuber, yeah. How those issues get reflected in people's art for VTubing is a pet peeve of mine. Yeah, right? Yeah, I agree, Augustine. I use unk on myself when I'm out of date on slang. I've never been up to date with slang. So, funnily enough, that's just something that's actually consistent about me across my whole life. When I was, like, a teenager and stuff, it just made people think I was just, you know, a loser, I guess, because I was never up to date with that kind of thing, because I really don't use slang, unless I'm just being funny. But I guess that's just a writer in me. I just talk the way I do. But, you know, getting a little bit older, people assume you're out of touch when I've just never been in touch with slang. So, it's actually extremely consistent for me. Those little shits are just little shits in general. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'm more hip now than when I was supposed to be. Yeah, honestly, that probably does apply to me too. The thing is, I've always tried to know about these things, mainly because, number one, as somebody who likes to write and read, language fascinates me, so finding out how people are manipulating and changing words to mean different things is something I do find interesting, and where they get it from. Because sometimes there's certain things that they change, and it's like a shortened version of something else, or slightly altered, or sometimes really, really old terminologies come back. Like, this is not really even new slang, because you can hear it in, like, music from, like, the, at least I think the oldest reference I've heard to this phrase was in the, like, in, music from the 90s. But the term throwing shade, I've seen a lot of people think that it's, like, a newer thing. But even if you, like, count the last, I don't know, we'll be generous and say, like, the last 50 years as, like, that period from where it could have originated. Nope. The term throwing shade was actually in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It's not where it was invented, but I was seeing it used in that book, which is fascinating to me. It's actually a very old term. It's a very old term. My brother taught me slang growing up, and so I'd blend in a bit more. Always grateful for him. That is very kind of him. You're not out of touch with slang, you're a conscientious objector. The worst part of being immortal is you gotta update the Urban Dictionary often. Thankfully, there is an Urban Dictionary that makes it easy to do so. Low-key genuinely started as satire, but it's getting actually adopted, I fear. I read Frankenstein so long ago, I didn't remember that. Yeah, when I came across it, I was like, holy cow. That actually made me laugh when I read it in the book. Mary Shelley was so ahead of her time. Actually, yes. Genuinely so, yeah. But yeah, sometimes you get people who are really persnickety about slang and they get really upset about it. And then they don't even realize that a lot of these terms aren't even actually, like, freshly invented. It's not the youth being the youth or whatever. Sometimes they actually just resurrect terms that are older than even the person that's griping about it, which is funny. Frankenstein is on my reading list. I want to read it so bad. It's a good book. From you're getting old to you're aging professionally. But yeah, to not go off on a huge sidebar, I just wanted to say that because that does upset me. I know some people are fine with adopting the terminologies and such, and they lean into it comfortably. I just find it really annoying, especially because, again, in the VTuber space, like, the VTuber space is primarily dominated by women, and I know not all women feel this way, and I don't want to, like, paint with a broad brush, but the whole thing has always kind of been, like, don't be a certain way about a woman's age, right? Like, don't ask and don't... You already have people that ignorantly and obnoxiously act like women are no good past, what, 30 or whatever, which is already a disgusting attitude to have, and says something about the person who feels that way, in more ways than one, I'm sure. So when you have people so casually throwing that around with a lot of female VTubers, it is insanely disrespectful, and it just comes across like, you know, how can you... I don't know, you know that this is a larger societal issue, and you know that a lot of people are not okay with it. So to use it as, like, a way to play with people is just... It doesn't sit right with me. Even for men, you know, it's like you're made to constantly feel bad about your age, and, like, again, at a certain point, you're not allowed to enjoy things anymore. And I do find that funny because most of the things that people appreciate, and this is something I was always conscious of even when I was younger, most of the things that we consume and appreciate are made by much older people. You know? That's something I find hilarious. Like, when you actually have something that really connects with, like, the youth, right? Like, let's just say, I'll use Persona 5 as an example. That game was hugely popular with, you know, young adults and teenagers and stuff. And it was directed by Katsura Hashino. He wasn't directing it in his 20s, right? So it's just astounding to me that the same people that can have the attitude that, like, your expired milk past a certain age will willfully consume certain art created by people who are far older than themselves and not have that kind of that disconnect in the head, you know what I mean? What's the term I'm looking for? Oh my god, there's a word for it and I'm forgetting. Ah, god, there's a perfect encapsulating term. Cognitive dissonance. Thank you, Emerald. Yes, they just don't process that at all. Kind of like when you have people who go to the movies and they'll watch the latest Avengers movie, and I'm out of date on this, right? Always got your back. Yes, you do, and I really appreciate that. But they'll go to the movies and they'll see something like the latest Avengers film. And you'll have someone talk about how hot Scarlett Johansson is or Robert Downey Jr. But then they'll still call anybody in their personal life that is of a certain age, like, old, you're a hag, you're unk, or whatever, and not process that they're... they'll not process the fact that they go to movies and they crush on actors who are older than them. It's weird. My rule, if you're younger than me, you're not a hag. If you're older, you decide that for yourself. Yeah. Don't ask a woman's age, don't ask a man his salary, and don't ask what Adrian witnessed in 1346. It wasn't pretty. Counterpoint. Discuss your salary with your coworkers. Don't obfuscate information for your employer's benefit. This can also be true in a certain context, though you do also have to be very careful because sometimes people are completely insane and get the wrong idea if you happen to be making more than them or whatever. But yes, that is very correct. There is definitely a methodical reason for why they don't want that kind of thing being shared. Especially if you fall into specific groups. As a youngin', my goal in life has always been to be a grumpy old wizard who lives in a maybe evil town. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents on it. I hate that. I think especially even more so because wider VTuber culture, kind of like mostly in the professional space or like the corpo space, right, has this problem, but I'd say it is still a problem across the board. And to be fair, it is also an issue with general streaming too. But it kind of crosses over with the idol culture thing where people think that you belong to them, and then, you know, it creates a weird parasocial thing, which happens with anybody in a public facing role, to be fair. But that is one reason, like, for example, with Akira, I'm really glad that she really doesn't make any bones about, you know, being married, and that her husband is, you know, often on her streams and stuff like that. It's nice to see that kind of thing instead of people pretending about their lives in order to retain fans because they're scared that they're going to drop them at the first, you know, sign of anything. Which I understand why some people do it, and I also do understand why some people are private about that kind of thing. I'm not saying you have to share it. It's more so, again, another criticism of people who are so involved in, you know, the perceived view they have of people that they have to behave a certain way. Again, that danger of playing too much of a character that then makes people act completely insane when you don't fall into their idea of how you should be. Like when you see certain VTubers like come out and announce that like they're married or they might be having a baby or something like that, and then the way that some people just go completely apeshit is like, if you really like a person, shouldn't you be happy for them? Very disappointing. The idol culture parts of VTubing is what I want to be separate from. Exactly. Yeah, same here. Same here. You can't stop people from feeling the way that they're going to, and they will be weird about stuff, but leaning into that kind of thing is definitely not healthy, in my opinion. It's actually one reason why I do feel like Cover as a company, supposedly they don't have rules over the male talent being able to like cross over and like do collabs with the female talent, but it never feels like that. They're always very, or I guess I should say they were, since they kind of halfway don't exist anymore, but they're very separated in the promotion and everything else. And anytime any of the female talent did, like some of them still do crossover with some of the male talent, but back when the Hollow Stars were first like formed, there was more collabs and people would get really fucking upset over it. It's really weird. Fortunately, I've never witnessed that. Engagement announcements were met with cheers and congratulations, not weird parasocial things. Yeah, I'm glad that you've managed to find spaces where that hasn't been the case, because unfortunately, it has definitely been the case in a lot of VTuber circles. Very nasty behavior. I especially hate how the culture, especially in what art styles are popular, pushes femmes automatically towards performative youth. Yeah. Yeah, well said. As someone who collabs with a lot of male VTubers, that very much upsets me. Yeah. Yeah, it's annoying. It really is. And then you end up having a lot of male fans that accuse male VTubers of trying to sponge off the success of female VTubers, or that they're charity cases, or that the only reason why they're collabing is because, you know, they're together secretly, or there's this and there's that. It's just odd behavior. It's very annoying. I feel the rant in my soul. But yes, anyway, truly, back to the game. So considering these two options, I'm thinking play dead. I don't see why any of them would commit suicide. Especially if the culprit right now is who I suspect it to be, but it is really early goings. But Shinigami says she's going to help me think through this, so let's see what evidence she brings to the table. You just leave all the heavy lifting to your lovely Mystery Labyrinth guide.
Yeah.
Really? That'd be a big help. I knew a dude once who started flipping out on an indie male VTuber because he thought one of the female viewers was dating him or something. It was weird to witness. Holy shit. Yeah, that is exactly what I'm talking about.
Come on.
I'm still thinking here. Don't choose yet.
Huh?
Oh. I guess I'll think about the opposite door. Okay.
Oh, I got it! Master, leave this to me. This has to be the right answer. Follow me!
Wait, vocalize your thoughts. So... Alright, I'm gonna step out. Have a great time. Thank you so much, Dandy, for everything today. It's always great having you here, and I really do appreciate the bits. Thank you very much for your time and everything else, and the good discussions. Have a great rest of your night. You're always a joy to have here. Is your hat just black with a purple underside? Yes. But yeah, it does have, like the inside of it is just purple. But yeah, around the trim, it does have like a black lace trim. Which, fun fact, I actually did think about making that a little bit longer, like a veil at first, but, ended up going with a short little trim. But yes, my thoughts right now is that the person played dead. Because right now, I'm thinking it's Melanie. Because she was the only corpse that was not charred completely. She was more recognizable than the others. Some of them did have more excessive burns than others. However, she was the one that gave me the poisoned coffee. She was the only one outside of, goodness, what is his name? I'm bad with names when I learn a whole bunch of them at once, so please do forgive me. But, the one guy that was pissed off all the time, that was threatening to beat me up, he was the only other one that wasn't in a bed of some kind. Right? And her being close with a bottle right on the ground beside her. Aphex, yes, thank you. Yeah, she had the bottle on the floor beside her. And the picture that the other guy took with his ability was still the one on his phone when I went to investigate his body. And I do feel like he was smart enough that if someone was trying to kill him, he would have tried to do something, you know, at the last minute, at least to leave a hint. The fact that it was still the same picture, and we ended up finding out later that the coffee was drugged, along with the other beverages in the dining car, makes me think he was trying to leave a message about Melanie specifically. She's also one of the members that could not have their ability verified. So we don't know if she was telling the truth about it. We only know 2 of them, actually 3 of them, confirmed for a fact. Right? The others could not have their abilities displayed because of the lack of animals on the train. And for her, as she claimed, she could only use her ability to resurrect people if they were the same. Emerald, why are you botting? Emerald, no. My kin, why? Also, does anybody see the name of that one? Textured Manservant. What on earth is going on? Okay. So in the box they're just gonna look like black hats. No, that's perfectly fine. Thanks for reminding me about accessories. I almost forgot the earrings. Also drawing what you're drawing. Thank you, Landria. Yeah, they'll be in the background. I need to imply something that the human eye wouldn't catch. Yeah, exactly. I'll see myself. No, it's just your evil doppelganger. It's okay. But yes, right now I'm thinking it's Melanie because there's a lot of stuff pointing at her. Now that is in and of itself suspicious. But right now I can only kind of work with the evidence that's put in front of me. Thank you for the hydrate. And thank you for the stretch. All I will say is that I thought something completely different at this part of the chapter, really. Well, I trust your instincts, so maybe I'm wrong. But They are pointing very heavily at Melanie with these things, so maybe that's too easy. But... Because even honestly, something else that I feel, well, you know what? No. If she was telling the truth about her ability, then that wouldn't work. Because that car in the back, she claimed was locked. And nobody ever verified that, to my knowledge. Don't look into what I say, I'm trying to hide it so that you can't figure it out, you know? Got it. Alright, let's see. But right now I'm suspecting it was Melanie, and that she played dead.
Wait!
The culprit just played dead. Because if they did commit suicide after the crime, they'd be dead right now.
I forgot about that chain, by the way.
And that's no fun at all.
That's your reasoning? Wait, what's this chain?
I told you we share mind and body. The chain is proof of that. Our relationship can never be broken apart.
That's terrible!
Please, you should consider yourself lucky you're being haunted by a cutie like me.
Where's the chain attached,
I'm
though?
so tired. I pulled you up here, so you can walk the rest of the way yourself.
I didn't ask you to do that.
I mean, I am grateful for it, because it did save us a little bit of choice paralysis.
So you think this path will lead toward the truth, right?
No idea. This is a labyrinth. It's pretty common to encounter dead ends.
Whoa, watch out!
You see? What did I tell you? Dead end.
Don't sound so proud of yourself. You chose this path, Shinigami.
If it's a dead end, maybe the culprit wasn't just playing dead.
I searched all 5 bodies, and they were, without a doubt, dead.
Oh, so the answer isn't play dead. Let's turn back.
Right, so again, remember Melanie's ability? Supposedly, at least per what she said.
You changed your mind already?
The ability to channel a spirit of somebody departed. Now again, I don't know if it works quite this way, but she may have actually, the Melanie we saw might have been a reanimated corpse and not the actual Melanie.
Exploring all possibilities is an important part of being a mystery labyrinth. I'm so awesome. By the way, I did say I can guide you through the mystery labyrinth. But I'm not that good at solving mysteries.
You could have said that a little earlier.
I just want to help. I like when you rely on me, Master.
Anyway, what's going on in the real world while we're in the mystery labyrinth?
I hope that audio breaking up like that isn't making it through to the other side. Again, I don't know why it does that. I don't know if it's my capture card or if it's the encoding on OBS. I'm not getting any encoding errors, so it might be the capture card. I hope not. It's been doing it more lately. I really don't want to have to buy another one. Caught a little choppiness, but nothing major. I'll have to keep an eye on that.
Time has stopped on the other side. We're sort of set apart from the normal flow of time while we're here.
Audio's breaking, yeah, but it's not too bad. I would assume it's your capture card. Yeah, probably. I want to get in Elgato. I have a, this doesn't even have a brand. This is like the cheapest one I could buy. As I have said multiple times before, when I started doing this, I didn't want to over-invest in something I might not have enjoyed doing. But I may have to graduate to an Elgato, because if it's my capture card, then it might just be, you know... I hope it's not going bad. But I don't know if maybe it just has some trouble with processing everything. I don't know if maybe it might be the HDMI cable as well, feeding into it. Put it on your throne so we can fund it. I'll see. I think I actually... Did I take it off? I can't remember. I did have one on there when I started, but I can't remember if I took it off there or not. But I think I do need to, I could turn it into like a donation thing rather than a, like just a gift. Gotta start a donathon. I definitely don't think I'm a big enough streamer for that yet. Maybe in the far future.
In other words, you're still surrounded by peacekeepers.
Actually, remember reading, I can contribute at least 2 raspberries. I remember, just out of curiosity, because I did a whole lot of research before I started streaming, and I did look up, like, when it was best to do things like follow-a-thons and subathons and things like that. And somebody was innocently asking a question about that on Reddit, and they were like, should I do a subathon? And I think they only had, like... 100 some odd followers, and just everybody in the comments are just being absolute assholes and just like, nobody knows who you are, dipshit. Like, Jesus Christ. So, you know, the usual. But yeah.
So if we return without solving the mystery, we'll just be captured.
As a result, this murder case will remain unsolved and linger in people's memories as a serious crime. Naturally, this mystery labyrinth will also survive. And that creates an even bigger problem.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look this up, and I'll try to see if I can figure out if there's a fix to this in the meantime. See if other people have had this issue. But, if not, we'll see. Some people really think anything they know is common knowledge. Yeah. That is an unfortunate issue that a lot of people have. Actually, something that really annoys me about social situations is when you're talking to somebody who assumes that you know everything about a certain subject because they're bringing it up, and then they get annoyed when you don't know it. Like, if somebody talks about, like, Breaking Bad, and you've never seen the show, so it's like, oh, I don't really know anything about it beyond the fact that Aaron Paul and Bryan Cranston are in it. But they talk about every episode as though you've watched it and know it in intimate detail, and when you're like, I don't know what you're talking about, they get mad. It's like, I mean, I don't know what you expected. I never said I knew it, you just started talking about it. Like, that's fine, but there's ways to talk to people who you want to introduce to something while, you know, like, educating them about it, without assuming that they know everything about it and then getting mad if they don't. Which is unfortunately something I have encountered. I think you talk to some funny people. A friend of mine who has around 300 followers got his whole computer setup funded. I think it just depends on your crowd. Yeah, that is true. I think I'd probably need more followers, and also to figure out how to will myself to do that without feeling an immense guilt of asking people to part with their money for me. If I could ever figure out those 2 conundrums, then we could have a donathon. Plus, I would need to figure out what kinds of, like, milestones we could set for meeting certain amounts and things like that. And then I'd have to set aside a day where I could reliably stream for a while. Or at least a set of days. One of the streamers that I follow actually just got done doing what seemed to be a pretty successful subathon week. And she had like a whole schedule set up and stuff like that. So I would probably need to mimic that a little bit in terms of preparedness. And my life is pretty chaotic, so finding the timing on that would definitely need to be well thought out and planned out. Alley karaoke is on the horizon. You guys don't want that. Trust me, you don't want that. You guys do not want to hear me sing. That same motherfucker is why I now am gonna have to play Celeste when I start streaming. I've never played it, but I know it's supposed to be quite difficult. The pixel artist behind that game is actually going to be the main pixel artist on this game called Neverway. I'm looking forward to playing. Comes out in October. It's like a horror farming slice of life dungeon crawling game. Like, think Stardew Valley horror. Guitar stream would be difficult because I don't know how I would manage to get the sound setup to work. Because I have an electric guitar, I don't have an acoustic guitar. So, getting that to work would be tricky. I could try, but I also don't think I'm very good at playing, so I'm not sure I would do that. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. We will have to figure it out.
Which is...
Leaving a case unsolved means that it will go down in history that way. The more bizarre a mystery is, the more it attracts people's interest.
I got so many Stardew horror-inspired games I want. Yeah, there's actually kind of a few that are starting to release, but this one looks like the most interesting one to me. That's what my other friend said too, when we said we wanted him to do a guitar stream. It's okay, I figured it might be hard. Yeah, because you have to have a certain sound setup, because if I don't do it right, I'll just blow you guys' eardrums out the minute I strum.
And the more people rack their brains about that mystery, the bigger the mystery labyrinth gets. Eventually, the mystery labyrinth would gain enough power to start affecting the real world. It would implant insidious ideas into people's minds, creating more murderers, and in turn, new mystery labyrinths.
That is interesting. My eardrums are willing to suffer for guitar time.
Labyrinths can create endless cycles. That's why it's best to cut it off as soon as possible.
You can press minus to view what was said, by the way. Oh, thank you. See, I think I caught everything, but this is useful to know, because I did miss a few things in the last stream when I hit the button a little bit too early. Yeah, I like this concept, though, because it kind of does feel like it would apply to, like, infamous cases like the Jack the Ripper case, right? And the idea that it would implant weird ideas in people's heads and make them more inspired feels like a pretty cool in-universe explanation for, like, copycat killers and stuff like that. Exactly. Yeah, I like the thought put into this. It's really cool.
It sounds way more daunting than I thought.
We're finally back. The other route is commit suicide after the crime. There's no other option, so it has to be the right answer. Let's solve this thing!
You should already know the answer. Now go get to it. Alright, let me make a quick save. Yeah, I don't think that somebody did it and then just directly took their own life. I really do think that their ability had to correspond to the decision to take their own life, like it was not their own body. Which is why I'm suspecting Melanie. That was something I had considered when I saw that was an option. But, again, I might be way out of line with my way of thinking right now.
Careful. But to commit suicide after the crime would mean... After killing the other 4, the culprit killed themselves, right? Is that really the right answer?
The Mystery Labyrinth's roots represent logical deduction. If there's only one route, then it's the only possibility. I think the only option left is the culprit off himself. We just need to find that suicidal pest.
The only logical option, perhaps, but not necessarily,
What's going on here?
Are we about to get all Donkey Kong Country?
Materializing. You just need to solve it. Come on, Master! Concentrate! Come on, concentrate! Concentrate!
Who was the last person to die during this incident? Shit, I didn't press that.
We're gonna crash!
I did not press that. Okay, the culprit. I did that too when I was playing. Yeah, because it's definitely a trick question, because in my mind, the last person to die...
Suicide after the crime. Then the last person that died should be the culprit.
Right, of course, that makes the most sense. I just got tripped up because in my mind, I'm thinking... they're saying, like, who was the last person to die? But I'm thinking who was the last victim, which would be Zilch. Assuming he's not somehow the culprit, but he was the freshest body. So in my mind, I'm thinking, I'm looking for Zilch's name when I should be thinking just in general who was the last person to die, which, yes, would be the culprit. I was like, none, but they want you to choose culprit? Yeah. I mean, the last person was the first body. Yeah.
Right, because they wouldn't be able to kill someone else if they caught themselves already. Nice work!
Yeah. Alright, what's the next question? Who set fire to the dead culprit? The victim, Yuma. Culprit. Culprit? Yes.
Of course. The person who started the fires must be the culprit.
Yeah, because they, were likely, like, they set themselves on fire.
All 5 burned to death, so the culprit who died last totally burned themselves.
Yep, that was their method of suicide. Self-immolation. Who was the last person to be burned to death? Zilch.
One who burned the other 4, then set himself on fire. Is Zilch!
Bingo! You did it, Master! But you know, setting aside the idea that the culprit was the last to die, why would it be Detective Four Eyes?
Yeah, because now I'm a little bit confused. Let's see, because I'm gonna have to really think about this.
Didn't we discover his body first?
According to the Peacekeepers, the victims all burned to death, right? But when we first found Zilch in Car 1, he wasn't burnt yet. If that's the case, that means he must have burned to death after that. Though everyone else we found after him had already died from burns.
Alright. So if they all burned to death, then the last one who died could be Detective Four.
I actually don't understand Yuma's logic here. Yeah, I'm a little
I think the culprit
confused.
Killed everyone in the opposite order of how we found their corpses.
Yeah, they started at the end of the train because Aphex's body was the most charred. That alone is a tell, right? and he was the only one of two that did not die in bed. Plus he had the stab wound, so there was a fight. So the takeaway is this part, the order of the killings. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right.
Starting from car 5, he killed them in order one by one.
Yeah.
Then set him.
So,
Oops,
Detective
I hit the
Four
button a little
Eyes is
too early.
without a doubt the culprit. But he committed suicide, huh?
Yeah, starting from car 5, he killed them in order one by one, then set himself on fire in car 1.
The door!
Let me know if you want, like, verification or hints or such. Yeah, definitely, I will let you know. I'm very curious to see how this pans out, because I wasn't thinking about Zilch. Like, I guess I should have thought about it given the fact that, yes, he was the last one. But I don't know, the way that, like, the models looked and everything, to me, Melanie did not... She didn't seem as burned as the others. Which, you know, also does make sure if she... It makes sense if she was the second to last. But... I don't know, I really wasn't suspecting Zilch. I'm very curious, I have to think about this more.
It worked?
See, I told you it would be fine. I'm such a terrific guide.
I wonder what his actual ability is then, if he seemingly lied about it. The dog ears on his hat was a good red herring, then.
Yeah. Is that the end of it?
I guess that's everything. Seems easier than I thought.
Yeah, way too easy.
What's wrong, Master?
I'm wondering if that's really all that happened. Something about this seems off.
It does? You think so?
Ah! What's going on?
Side note, but something that I really do like about super stylish anime inspired games like this is the way that they use like super violent imagery to express certain things, like Persona 3 with the evokers and this game with the her slicing his neck with the scythe. It will never not be cool to use that as like a method of expression. Conclusion, Zilch killed the other.
Conclusion? Is this the truth behind the case?
There's only one door. No other options. Maybe this really is the end. Kind of a simple conclusion despite 5 people dying.
Yeah, too simple of a conclusion.
Well, I hope this was a helpful tutorial for you, Master.
Wait. Mystery labyrinths contain all the mysteries of the real-world case, including things like misdirection, right? Which means this could be an attempt by the culprit to mislead us.
So, you don't think this is the truth? What makes you say that?
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling the case isn't closed yet.
If so, then this door could be a fake.
How can we tell?
If you think it's fake, why not try breaking it? It'll be bad news if you're wrong, though. And I won't tell you exactly what will happen. I don't want to affect your judgment.
You've already affected my judgment.
Yeah, I was about to say you just triggered my anxiety.
I guess the only way to find out is to destroy it. How do I do that?
Alright, we're gonna demolish it because I really don't think it's this simple.
So it was fake! It was the culprit trying to throw us off the trail!
Says that confidently and ends up being freaking smited.
You should have just quit while you were ahead.
I've never opened that door, so I don't know what happens if you do. I'm very curious now. But it's good to see that I was right.
It's rare for a fake exit to appear. This mystery labyrinth is way tougher than I thought. Master, don't let your guard down.
Make sure you drop your money before you drop dead. I promise I'll show mercy to your wallet.
I wonder if Master can even make snap judgments.
Right, noise. So yes, this is very much like Danganronpa. For those that haven't played Danganronpa, during the heated debates, you have a lot of people shouting things out, accusing each other of stuff and whatnot, and some of that gets in the way of the actual truth that you need to, like, either verify or refute the primary lies with the truth bullets. So they're kind of introducing a similar mechanic here. Mystery phantoms sometimes throw out noise. These will obstruct your vision and get in the way, so use Master's Solution Blade to cut them down.
I'm gonna remember all of this.
The more noise destroyed, the bigger the bonus you'll get later. So when it pops up in front of you, be aggressive and attack.
Sure hope you got all that down.
The bonus for destroying noise is based on the max amount you destroy in one cycle. Basically, there's a cap on how much you can get. Good to know. Alright.
Reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime.
Wait. Okay, hold on. I need to,
He burned the four passed out victims. Then...
Okay, there we go. Alright, we'll go with this because I think this is probably the one we're going to need to refute what he just said. But interesting that this is a choice here, because again, I'm starting to think I was right, but we'll see. Alright, let's go with this for now.
Set himself on fire and died from immolation.
This is the truth. No. Now that I think about it, Zilch's suicide by fire doesn't make sense. Because when I saw Zilch through the window, there was a knife in his chest.
Yep.
If he burned himself, then why would there be a knife stuck there?
You little brat. Fine. I'll answer you. I was a knife stuck in the body? Of course I know why. It was to knock himself out. Stabbed himself so he would pass out easy. Then set himself on fire. Dying by fire is a painful way to go. He wanted to make it less painful. The culprit has to be Zilch.
What a way to pass out. Well, that is a clumsy argument. Yeah. Like, if you were afraid of dying by, by self-immolation, I'm not sure that stabbing yourself in the heart is a more pleasant way to go. Sorry, I had to mute so I could clear my throat. Okay, Thank you for the hydrate. Yeah, I think it's definitely safe to say that the effects of the tea have worn off. And I talked way too much. Without pause. Just had to clear my throat again. Buff duration over? Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yeah, very much so. The infirmary in car 5 was locked from the inside. There was a small amount of blood spattered on the interior lock. Talk more. Yeah, I suppose I need to. Coffee in the dining car. Coffee with a knockout drug mixed into it. Yuma passed out after drinking this. It's potent enough to render anyone unconscious immediately after ingestion. Let's go with the coffee for now.
He committed suicide by self-immolation.
So he stabbed himself with a knife because there was no other way to knock himself out?
That's true.
No, he wouldn't have had to go through all that just to pass out. Yes, because he was drugged.
Knife stuck in the body. Of course I know why. Yeah, it was to knock himself out.
I'll slash through this mystery. If his plan was to fall unconscious, he would have used the drugged coffee in the dining car. That's a much easier way to pass out.
Once we solve the whole case, I hope there's like a moment where it all pieces together. That's actually one of my favorite things in Danganronpa. When you do the climax return.
I see.
I love that.
So they're trying to mislead you about the cause of death for Detective Four Eyes.
Right. The Peacekeeper said all the detectives burned to death. But Zilch's corpse in the first car is different. To me, it looked more like he was stabbed to death.
So the Peacekeeper's report was a lie? But they have no reason to do that. If they wanted to set you up as the culprit, they'd be raising questions by fabricating reports.
Yeah, you're right. They all must have died by fire, after all. And for some reason, only Zilch appeared to have been stabbed to death.
Well, not only him.
I get it. So that's what was bothering me.
Aphex as well.
But no matter how hard I think about it, I can't seem to figure out what happened next.
Huh? Why's that?
I don't have enough clues about Zilch in the first car. I should have investigated it more after discovering the body, but I was too preoccupied with calling for help.
So we're stuck right here. I don't see any other routes to break through this mystery. I don't even know what mystery we gotta solve right now. But I do know there can't be a labyrinth without a goal. The truth is always behind a mystery. You wish you had investigated more, right? So, you think you'd have the answer if you'd done that?
Huh? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, fine. My secret weapon is so draining, I try to avoid using it as much as possible. But I just love it when you rely on me, Master.
I have a bad feeling about this. What are you trying to do?
This is all for you, Master. Ready, Master?
Huh? Wait!
Ow. Rhyme animation, I know, I love it.
What's going on?
I'm extracting your memory and materializing it inside the mystery labyrinth. This is my super cute special weapon.
Like recreating a crime scene. This is very cool.
See, if you investigate here, you might make some new discoveries.
Oh, the shock from all this is making my head spin.
You don't have any time to waste, Master. This was pumped out of that slow brain of yours, so don't assume it'll stick around for long. You have until the pain in your head clears up. Now hurry and investigate.
That is such a debuff. You gotta investigate while you have a massive throbbing pain. in your head.
Got it. I'll hurt.
Okay.
This blanket is mostly burned, but some parts near the knife are unscathed.
Yeah, I actually noticed that initially as well.
It doesn't look like there's blood on the blanket at all. But how could that be?
A burnt blanket that was placed over the corpse, there's no blood on it.
Oh, so I can get solution keys here too.
You may have seen it, but forgotten. That just means you didn't think anything of it at the time. But it is in your memories, so you can use it as a clue.
You can do that? You're incredible, Shinigami.
Go on, keep complimenting me.
Huh? This cushion. Was it always there?
And he's actually holding his head in pain, poor Yuma. Yeah, right?
Also, it looks like it has a hole in the middle of it. It was made by something sharp. What did this?
So those are the only two details. Interesting.
Oh, it's fading. I guess the pain is starting to go away too.
Looks like time's up. Well, did you find anything?
Yeah, I think I see the contradiction here. Although I'm not completely sold on it.
Come on, this is where you're supposed to declare, I've solved the mystery. Well, if you think you're on the right track, then I guess we do this next.
Do what?
It's for when you're stuck in your deductions, and we're gonna find it by working together.
Did I accidentally fast forward? Yes. Whoops. So when you're stuck, there's always a way out. Got it. I forgot that the right bumper did that.
Working together?
I rested it on my leg and it fast forwarded a little bit.
Lay it all out, Master!
Oh, this is suddenly very Danganronpa too.
We're gonna expose the truth together!
Okay, so grab a solution key, throw the solution blade, zoom in, zoom out. The Shinigami puzzle is one of my secret techniques to uncover the hidden truth.
What?
The truth is hiding somewhere in the letters on the side of the barrel, containing yours truly. Read the question, then knock out the letters in the right order. Make a mistake and the time limit will be reduced. Can't wait for Danganronpa 2x2. Me too. Oh my god, I'm so excited for it. That title is so suspicious, and I'm wondering if it's hinting at what it seems like it's hinting at, especially because that extra campaign they're adding is definitely very suspect. I have very strong theories about it, and I really can't wait for that game.
The answer's somewhere inside your head, Master!
If you can knock the letters out in the right order, I'll be imbued with the power of truth and unleash a special move that'll open up a path.
Master! It's time for the solution key!
By the way, if you feed me the solution keys floating around the barrel, I'll give you whatever hint comes to mind. Grab the key and bring it to my mouth.
Don't you forget!
But there are some solution keys you can't get hints from. If I eat one of those, the time limit will be reduced. Okay, so I hope that I'm thinking of this correctly. Okay.
Are you ready to play the Shinigami puzzle?
Okay. It's a red herring, so...
Great!
She is incredibly stylish. I should have fed one of the solution keys. I thought there was going to be more to that puzzle than just that.
That's right. When I saw Zilch through the window, it appeared as if the knife was stuck in his chest. But in actuality, he stabbed the blanket-wrapped cushion to make it look like he had been stabbed.
You get a cute pose from her before she shoots a love beam out of her eyes. When you give her the solution keys.
That's why the blanket didn't have blood on it, even though the cushion was stabbed through. Zilch's death was a red herring. It was meant to mislead us.
Ah, okay. Got it. Zilch's death was just a red herring to hide the truth.
It's a new solution key.
If it was a red herring, that means he wasn't really dead.
Yeah, Zilch was faking his death to fool us. That knife was just to trick me into thinking he was dead when I looked through the window. But the Peacekeeper's report saying they all burned to death created a contradiction.
So the culprit was just plain dead. It's exactly what I said.
In a roundabout way, yes.
Which means that dead end in the abyss could have a new path now. Let's hurry back!
Alright, well that's an interesting wrinkle. I'm still surprised that it turned out to be Zilch. I guess, if we're going by the clues here. Oh, I actually have to run all the way back, huh?
What's wrong?
It's too much of a hassle to go all the way back there. I don't want to walk anymore.
Some guide you are. Besides, you're not even walking.
Yeah, I was about to say you're floating.
I despise effort and hard work. I want to head back the easy way. Oh, I know! I have a convenient transportation method, thanks to my awesomeness. It lets us go anywhere you've been before. Now is the perfect time to use it.
What's convenient? Zoom or evac? I guess Zoom?
See? Super easy.
Yeah, sure.
Have you played Dragon Quest before? No, sadly. I've only ever played the demo for Dragon Quest XI's. I know some things about it. Was that a Dragon Quest reference?
But unfortunately, using it
Got it,
does
okay.
drain a little
That's
bit.
cute.
Drain a little bit of what? Do you have MP or something?
Your lifespan.
My lifespan? Again?
So we've passed through how did the culprit pull it off junction and have taken the played dead turn again. Now that we have a new solution key, I'm sure we can solve this mystery and access what's ahead.
We're gonna end up solving this mystery and dropping dead immediately after. With how much of his lifespan is being sapped.
Let's give it a try.
Solution keys are important to solving mysteries. Yours truly is important too.
Solution keys can be used to break the mysteries in the
We're
way.
gonna expose the truth together!
Select the solution key that answers a question in front of you. Get it right and the mystery will disappear. What proves the culprit played dead? Red herring.
was trying to trick us into thinking he'd killed himself. A bridge!
See, didn't I see how it would appear? It's all because we found the right deductive clue to break through.
Thank you for the redeem, Augustine.
I'm so amazing. You can pat me on the head if you want, Master.
Well, maybe later. We opened the play dead route thanks to the corpse red herring solution key. So Zilch really faked his death to mislead us.
If so, he is absolutely the culprit. Now, we just need to prove it.
Have all these points and yet no hat to steal. I will eventually start rotating between my original outfit and this one more often. I'm just still kind of on the high of having a new outfit, so I'm just kind of showing it off a lot. But you'll get your opportunities to steal it again, and also to switch me between outfits.
But even if the Mystery Labyrinth is fair when it comes to solving mysteries, the real world will be different, right? What if Amaterasu Corp decides to protect the culprit, even if we prove who really did it?
Oh, you're worried they'll just cover it up? No need to worry about that.
Huh? Why's that?
Let's save the fun for later.
Wonder what that means.
Oh, the ground! It's falling apart!
You better run, Master!
Why? Wasn't this the right route?
Maybe the logic still has some holes in it.
Whoa!
Master, you better concentrate!
Did she break my neck? So Yuma saw through the window actually Zilch. Jeez. I'm still stuck on my theory. But I guess if my theory is correct, then yes, it was Zilch, but...
When I saw Zilch through the window, he was faking his death with a knife through the cushion.
I definitely like both. I just enjoy yoinking the hat in particular. I do really like the floral pattern in the shirt, though. Yeah, me too. I believe this. Sometimes cracking your neck is the key to locking in.
That was definitely the real Zilch.
There's a burnt corpse in the car, actually Zilch. No? Okay.
The corpse I investigated was real, it just wasn't Zilch's corpse.
Right, so if Zilch was the one that did it, I'm trying to think, how could he...
In other words, Zilch swapped himself out for a real corpse.
Zilch swapped places with the corpse in the infirmary. Before Yuma entered, or after. Alright, I'm a little confused now, but okay. Before.
The corpse was switched right before I broke the infirmary window to open the lock.
Right, so we saw him lying there. The fire started, and he went to go grab the fire extinguisher. When he went to break the window, the bodies had been switched.
The blazing fire had filled the room with smoke, so I couldn't make anything out through the window.
Right.
Zilch used that smoke as cover to switch himself with a dead body.
I get it. The fire wasn't only there to show he died from burning. It was also a smokescreen to swap out the corpse.
Right. In the smoke, he switched places with a corpse he had hit.
Next up, you need to deduce where the corpse was hidden.
Heyo, you started the gaming part of the stream. Welcome back, Callisto. Yes, I actually finally shut up and started playing. Welcome back. I hope you had a great stream. I saw you were playing Alice again. I actually saw some interesting stuff about the Alice games the other day, but I try not to look too deep into it because I do want to play them and I don't want to spoil it for myself. But the creator did say some interesting things about what EA kind of forced him to do with that game. Yep, beat it and wrapped up early. Oh, nice. Did you enjoy it in the end? Need to deduce where the corpse was hidden.
Because the room was filled with smoke, he needed to put the bodies somewhere he could access immediately.
I really did, yes. I'm glad to hear that. And I'm glad that in the end that fan patch ended up coming in clutch to help you with the crashes. I myself don't really benefit, unfortunately, from most PC gaming related things since I play on a freaking laptop, but one of the best things about PC gaming is fans actually being able to fix things that the developers refuse to, you know? Yes, you're my savior there. Not me, the person that made it, but I'm glad it did come in handy. Yeah, that's definitely a big beneficial boon to playing games on PC. I know a lot of people benefited from that playing Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines as well, which is something I also want to play. Fan optimization, yes. You informed me? Yes, true, true. But yeah, definitely comes in handy when you're trying to play a broken game. One of the best things about PC is that you can always count on at least someone being a big enough fan of any given game to actually put in the effort to make it run. Even if it's a largely hated game, there's always somebody that's going to put in the effort.
Where are you thinking?
If he needed to get to the body as quickly as possible, only one place makes sense.
That place is suspicious.
Use the on-screen cursor to select the spot that answers a question.
Better search every nook and cranny.
How are you liking this game? I'm loving it. It's fantastic. Yeah, it's definitely a really interesting take on detective fiction and stuff like that. Very much in line with the same atmosphere of Danganronpa, but framed as more of a general detective story, but not like the whole death game thing. So very similar, but with a unique identity of its own. Get the switch to McDonald's, he's like... Preferably not McDonald's with my experiences with that restaurant. But we should get this switch a chicken sandwich.
Master doesn't make mistakes, right?
Picking the wrong spot means taking damage, so don't screw it up. So I'm thinking... under the bed, alright? Is that available?
Here. burnt corpse was hidden right there. Hey!
What on earth is this? Chicken sandwich, is it making you consider it?
Jeez, one after another. This is really bad for my heart.
I love a chicken sandwich, they are good.
We're not done yet! Hurry! Let's speed it up!
I still remember when people were tearing each other apart over the Popeyes chicken sandwich when that came out. How could you, inducing cravings at this hour?
Shinigami, you might be fine because you're floating around, but this is really tough for me.
I can't believe it! He had the corpse hidden under the blanket? So, that four-eyed detective was sleeping next to a dead body. I'm so jealous!
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Yeah, you can get them whenever you want now. Yeah. Actually, I haven't had one of those in a while. It was really good, though. I think I only had it like twice. They were really good. Not good enough to kill people over, quite frankly, like some people were. Or otherwise doing crazy things, but it was really good.
Zilch was lying in bed with the corpse. He got up once the smoke screen was ready. He took the corpse out from under the blanket, pulled the knife out of the cushion, and stabbed it. That way, even after he switched with the corpse, he could just hide to avoid me.
Where did Detective Four Eyes hide after that?
It must have been someplace with easy access, which must mean... under the bed. He could have quickly hid there.
I'd kill people for free, so a chicken sandwich. Not much incentive required, just a nice little bonus, huh? Hey, welcome in, Wilby. I'm doing well tonight. Except for the fact that I spoke for like 2 hours straight and killed my voice, but otherwise I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? Nice to see you.
Which means, if you checked under the bed at the time, you would have caught that four-eyed idiot.
But back then, I was in such a hurry to warn the other master detectives. I'm sure he calculated all that too. He knew I'd panic.
Maybe he was planning to take advantage of you from the very beginning, and that's why he let you live.
So I have to give you a chicken sandwich, but I get to kill a man? Oh wait, I get both. He was very entertaining. Sorry, maybe we really should stop you early if it hurts your voice. No, it's not hurting me. It's more so that I just, I start hearing how my voice is definitely not as normal as it is, I guess. But no, it's totally fine. I enjoy talking with all of you.
Yeah, I think Zilch was the one who peeked into the restroom while I was sleeping there.
I just need to hydrate better. Atrian using a voice changer confirmed. The VTuber John. That'd be somebody's terrible YouTube thumbnail with a picture of my face shocked in a red circle. Thank you both for the hydrate.
I was supposed to be sleeping in the infirmary, so he must have planned to move me before committing the crimes. I passed out in the restroom, but that didn't hinder his plans, so he went with it.
Speaking of which, wasn't it Detective Four Eyes who told you to go to the first car?
Yes, it was. Thank you for the posture check, Augustine.
Yeah, he must have planned to make me witness everything and set me up as the culprit.
No shrimp to fry your rice. Never big enough. Yeah, I hear that, Callisto. That's how I always feel when I have, ramen. Like the instant ramen packs and stuff like that. They know what they're doing, though. Or when you get a bag of chips, and half of it is air. You're telling me a shrimp fried this rice? That's me with a good burrito? Oh yeah, that too. Actually got a bag of cereal recently, and it looks like a pretty big bag, and to be fair, it still does have more cereal than the average box, but it looks way bigger than it actually is, because when you crack it open you quickly find out that like 25% of it, if not 30, is just air. Very annoying.
Aha! I think I'm starting to see the whole picture now. Not bad, Master. Maybe you were a big shot detective before you lost your memories.
You got the air flavor. Yeah, air flavor seems to be what everything is flavored lately. I think it was Lay's that was complaining about how people were opting to buy store brand chips lately because they've gotten so bad about filling it with mostly air. So they've started including like 15% more chips in the bags or something like that. Which is like... right. See, and this is why meals are mainly lattes. They never disappoint.
No. If I really was a great detective, I would have caught the culprit in the infirmary before any of this happened.
I guess so. By the way, where did he get the corpse he was hiding in the blanket?
That corpse? Well,
Now I crave chips too. Yeah, me too. Okay, I must go night shower. I hope you have a good stream. Let's plan something again soon. Yes, definitely. And thank you for dropping by after your stream. Yes, we'll definitely set something up for hopefully the near future. But yes, go enjoy your shower and the rest of your evening, Callisto. If you haven't eaten, enjoy something good. And enjoy the rest of your night. I always try to say hi to you, silly. And I always appreciate it. Thank you. Good night, Callisto.
I won't let you go any further.
God, this guy again.
Getting in our way again, huh? If you stand against my ruthless master, he'll chop you up and stir-fry up veggies for dinner.
I will not.
So I'm thinking that corpse had to have come from maybe the train car.
Master, I'm lending you a hand from here on out. I'll assist you when you're in a pinch.
The one that was initially locked. Oh, Adrian, I started the coven drawing. Oh, you did? I can't wait to see it. Oh, I'm so excited to see how that's going to turn out, will be. I was thinking about that. That one and the Catgirl rendition that you said you were going to draw of me. I'm very excited to see how it all turns out.
huh? Assist?
The rule of the Mystery Labyrinth to assist whoever you're accompanying. Now let's go, Master. Looks like you might not need assist after all, Master.
By using assist, your partner inside the Mystery Labyrinth will help out.
This could be the clincher.
When a partner's assist is activated, a Mystery Phantom statement won't inflict any damage, so use it to take a closer look at what they're saying. So many cool artists here, I know. You're included in that list, Emerald, just so you know. It's going slowly, but I'm getting there. Would usually be done by now, but I had a lot of schoolwork. Yeah, no, definitely understandable. You gotta prioritize what's most important. But I do look forward to seeing it when it's done. And good luck with your schooling, Wilby. I hope that that's going well for you. Know how hard it can be. Am not, I would need to produce something. Emerald. Don't make me. It's not. I'm sorry to hear that, Wilby. Well, hopefully then things can turn around. The pendulum always, for better or worse, swings the other direction, so my hope is that you will be able to turn it around and things will kind of stabilize and get better for you. But regardless of whatever happens, something that I think is never really said enough when it comes to schooling is that the most important thing is just trying your best. And there's always a pressure to overperform, but to me, just giving it your best is the most important thing. Jesus, my throat. So yes, I appreciate you. Thanks, of course. Yeah, don't beat yourself up. Trust me, there are some people who are really good at stuff that make it look easy. And there's always a lot of hard work involved in that, of course, but not everybody gets to the finish line the same way. It doesn't mean you're not going to get there. So, have faith in yourself and forgive yourself and allow yourself to make mistakes. Because the important part is not whether you get knocked down, it's the fact that you keep getting back up. So, allow yourself that grace, because especially if other people aren't going to allow it to you, you owe it to yourself to give yourself that grace and be proud of yourself for trying. There's a lot of people who don't even try. The fact that you're even stepping up to bat to take that swing is something to be immensely proud of yourself for, regardless of how it goes. I'd rather strike out than never step up to the plate. Personally speaking. But yes, I'm going to hydrate. Thank you so much, Emerald. Alright, what key do we want to go with? Alright, let's go with this one, because yeah, Apex's corpse was weird. And also had the stab wound, right?
You think he swapped with a corpse?
Yes, I do.
It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who could replace Silch would need to be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse. It would have been down at the station. It'd be impossible to get it on board. There was no corpse to replace anyway.
This is the truth.
Well said, by the way. Thank you.
There's no need to bring an extra corpse for the swap. He just needed to reuse a dead body on the train. It's Apex's body from the 5th car. He and Zilch are nearly the same height. Both have stab wounds in their chests. So the corpse that was switched was Apex's.
Damn it! How could someone like you find the truth? Truth.
Oh, we actually vanquished him. Are you confused? Yeah, a little bit. But I think I overcommitted to a specific theory. I think I just need to lay it all out and, like, have the timeline of events.
Now we don't have to fight anymore.
Even if that's true, don't let your guard down. The mystery labyrinth isn't over yet. Stay alert until the very end.
All right.
Wow. Who would have thought that short-tempered idiot would be used for a body swap?
Thinking back, the reason the corpses in the first and fifth cars were burnt was to switch them out. But the corpse was so badly burned that I couldn't tell it was Aphex.
I'm kind of partially expecting, with this endless climb up the ladder, I'm kind of expecting a Snake Eater reference. Metal Gear Solid 3. I wonder if they'll do it.
That must be what the necklace was for, so I could identify him.
Well, reusing a corpse is rather environmentally friendly of the culprit, don't you think? He totally went green. I mean, we gotta recycle everything in our day and age, so you gotta get the most value out of corpses too, you know?
God, the music in this game is so good. Wow, I'm genuinely surprised that Kodaka did not take the bait on that. I would have at least had Shinigami say, "What a thrill."
Zilch?
Wait, I am not the culprit. I am a victim who was already killed. So, leave me alone!
He ran away! After him, Master!
Missed opportunity? Maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
You said the body in the first car's infirmary wasn't me, but Aphex? But you went to car 5 after car 1, and discovered his corpse there. How was the corpse transported from car 1 to car 5? That'd require moving past you.
That's right, if he slipped past us, when did that happen?
I still have another theory, but again, if he did slip past us, it would have been when the power tripped. When there was a brief blackout.
Where did he run off to?
Another mystery that needs to be solved.
When moving the body from car 1 to car 5, the culprit moved through the train, did not move through the train. Did the culprit get by inside or outside? Which is it? The phrasing of this is a little odd. Because I'm still so confused about certain details. I'm thinking that if it really was Aphex, or not Aphex, Zilch, that did it, the power outage was an opportunity. Even though the lights did not completely go out, but it was a distraction that did briefly make everything go dark. If he was really fast, it could have worked, but then how did he get the body? Yeah. Sorry, I had to clear my throat. Alright, let's just see what happens.
Thinking about it rationally, we have to assume that they carried the corpse through the train.
No, that's impossible. 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 Impossible!
Now he's gone all glam rock.
Zilch turned into a mystery phantom!
Get him, Master! Boom kill him so hard, his relatives get bruises!
I like that. As in move through the train past you, got it. The staging for the death matches reminds me of Tokyo Mirage Sessions.
A body can't get from car 1 to car 5. Just think about it. The train's hull is quite narrow. The corpse is heavy enough as it is. Lugging a corpse through the hallway, you would certainly have noticed. That means your deduction is all wrong. Say it once more. You cannot transport the corpse from car 1 to car 5.
That's true. Plus, when we investigated the private rooms, we kept the doors open for security. If someone had passed through the hallway, I probably would have noticed.
Not necessarily.
Me too. There's no way anybody got through that corridor.
If we're certain nobody used that corridor, then the corpse must have been brought in from outside the train, not inside. If so, the culprit would need to be able to pass by us without being noticed.
What are you mumbling about? Just admit that your deductions were utter nonsense. If they didn't pass through the train, you think the corpse was brought in outside? The windows are all locked shut. The door locked. The train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occurred during the train's operation.
That's a lie.
No, there was something strange. The blackout and shaking that happened when I was in car 2 and car 4. When the blackout occurred and the shaking started, I'm certain something else happened in the train. Maybe it has something to do with the mystery of the moving corpse.
Don't be stupid! So what if there was a little blackout and some gentle swaying?
Gentle swaying.
Forget the shaking and the blackout! They were nothing but coincidences! The blackout was just a bad contact.
I'll slash through this mystery! No, the blackout didn't occur because of connection failure. It was due to the main control system failing and switching to the backup control system.
The control system automatically manages the electricity within the train. When the main control system fails, it will switch to the backup system after 1 second.
The blackout occurred during that 1 second when the system switched over.
Hey, he ran away! A fleeing phantom is a bad phantom!
Is there such a thing as a good phantom?
After him! You gotta keep solving the mystery and boom, kill that mystery phantom!
Hey!
Master, you may know the cause of the blackout, but what does that have to do with how the corpse was moved?
The failed main control system was in Car 1, where the body swap occurred. If so, then the main control system's failure must have something to do with moving the corpse.
So maybe the culprit broke the main control system. He must have attempted to stop the train to bring in the corpse from the outside.
But the train never stopped. The operation log confirms the train was moving the entire time. So I don't think he broke the system to bring the corpse in.
Then why did the main control system fail?
It must have something to do with moving the body.
But you're unsure exactly how, huh? In that case...
Ah!
I knew it! Mystery is blocking you! Anything blocking you in here is also a mystery. So let's solve it to keep on going.
By the way, had you chosen the other railway path that leads to the same fight? Really? Interesting, okay. So, there's a lot of little nuances to this. Very interesting.
So this is the question we're facing right now.
The main control system must have failed because something happened in the first car. If that's true, what exactly happened? If it's related to the body being moved, then how?
Master's expression is so serious. He must be thinking hard. Well, as his mentor, I bet think hard too.
Getting closer to the main trick that might clear things up.
The main control system failing. The blackout? The train shaking? Oh yeah! Why did the train shake like that? There was a blackout right before entering the tunnel that was caused by the main control system failing.
I also like the irony of her calling me master, but she has a chain around my throat.
But the culprit didn't destroy it, so the blackout happened because... wasn't there some shaking right before the blackout too? After the whole train shook, the blackout... I don't get it.
That's right! The train shook right before the blackout. We still don't know what caused that to happen. Whatever it was strong enough to make the entire train shake. It caused the main control system to fail and resulted in a blackout. If it had something to do with moving a body, then what must have happened was...
Ooh! Did I give you the assistance you needed? Close to solving the case now? Then it's time to combine our powers and solve this thing! Let's go, Master! Lay it all out! Puzzle it out! You can do it, Master!
Okay, the main control system was lost when R1 was...
Tick tock, tick tock. Tick tock, tick tock.
7-letter word. Damn, what am I missing here? Nope. So I need another hint. Oh, jeez. What am I missing here? And I can't pause it, because of course I can't.
This is it.
My brain stopped thinking once the countdown hit. Okay, thankfully I can fast forward. See, I actually like that this game has this function and is respectful of your time.
So this is the question we're facing right now.
Let me listen to her again
Master's
here.
expression- Well, as his mentor, there was a blackout right before entering the tunnel that was caused by the main control system failing.
Right.
But the culprit didn't destroy it, so the blackout happened because... wasn't there some shaking right before the blackout too? After the whole train shook? I don't get it.
Because I have a feeling I know what was done here, but I might need to play a little bit of Hangman here, because I'm not sure what word I'm supposed to use.
That's right. The trick.
Alright, let's see.
Let's work together as a team.
Alright, not that. Train shakes, blackout, enter tunnel.
That's right. Set up. Wrong.
Train was the... Aha, okay.
Nice. Made it in the nick of time. Great. Great. Go, go, go.
Interesting. Not what I thought happened. But it also explains why I'm thinking now.
Could it be that the first car was separated from the train?
Huh? Separated? What? Seriously?
Yeah. The reason why the main control system failed was because the first car was cut off from the rest of the train we were riding in.
Let's keep going for now.
Yeah, because there's a reason why.
Master, I don't really get it. What do you mean the first car was cut off?
The shaking happened just before the blackout, right? Huh? Did it just shake? What was that? The lights went out for a moment and came back on. At that time, the first car was disconnected from the rest of the Amaterasu Express. As a result, the main control system failed, and after a brief blackout, it switched to the backup.
But why cut off the first car? Why go through all that trouble?
Of course, to move the body in the train car. To do that.
Ah! There it is again! It's bigger than ever!
How much longer will this keep happening? I feel like I'm going to suffocate.
Now's not the time to be suffocating!
Again?
We need to resolve the mystery at hand.
Given that the first car was cut off, so that the body could be moved. Right, I think I see what happened.
Seems like you got it. Let's do this! Lay it all out, Master! Are you ready to play the Shinigami puzzle? Set up! Go, go, go! Nice!
You're kind of leaning to the side, by the way. Oh. Thank you. I don't know if sometimes that happens.
Right! He transported the corpse using the entire first car. That's why the first car was disconnected.
Transported the corpse? With the entire car? Nonsense. Shut up!
Someone's crashing out.
The first car is at the front of the train. Apex's corpse was in the fifth car, in the back. Even if you detach the front car, how do you move it all the way to the rear?
Master, don't be scared. Lots of villains transform after they've been cornered.
Calm down. Stay calm. Think. How could you swap the position of the first and fifth cars? If I can answer that, solve this mystery once and for all. How did it happen?
That reminds me. Master, earlier when you were talking about the shaking and mentioned the blackout? The blackout only happened once, but the shaking happened twice.
Yeah, it definitely shook 2 separate times. Right before entering the tunnel, and right after leaving it. The first time was when the train car was disconnected. But what about the second? Something happened to the train then, too. The shaking at the end of the tunnel felt similar to when Car 1 disconnected.
There's no point thinking about it. You're stuck in this labyrinth for all eternity!
Master, here it comes! You've got to solve the mystery and defeat him!
Your deductions aren't worth a damn thing. Because they're all wrong from the very beginning.
I'm still leaning. Hold on, let me reset my model. I don't know why it's doing that. Yeah, I kind of see it. Hold on. Okay, that should be better now. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes it does that. I have no clue why. I'm literally sitting in the same spot.
So it shook twice near the tunnel.
Thank you for the jacket.
You mean the train car was separated? Connected? Why would that even matter? Even if you managed to separate car 1, how could it be moved to the rear? The train was always running on the same tracks. There's no way to shuffle the train cars around.
Nope.
No. At that time, not all the cars were moving on the same track. The track that the Amaterasu Express was on separated into double tracks right before entering the tunnel.
Tries to lock in and then 3 minutes later is doing fan art again like a dweeb. We need to keep the jacket in order to tie in before sleep.
So by taking advantage of the double tracks, it's possible to switch out the train cars.
Right. See, I didn't pay close enough attention to the map. Should have given that a closer look, but yes, that does make sense. God, hold on. Let me fix something.
The first time the train trip was before entering the tunnel, which was caused by car 1 separating.
Someone, me, hasn't had enough caffeine to counteract the aggressive desire to make that art. Yep, and there's the trick.
After that, the separated car 1 entered the other track, while the rest of the train proceeded on the main track. The two tracks rejoin after the tunnel. That's where car 1 connected to the end of the train. This is where the train shook for the second time.
Why resist the urge to create? I say, yeah, exactly.
You're right! The first car moved all the way to the back!
Normally, it's impossible for a single train car to function on its own. But the Amaterasu Express is special. The control system will supply electricity as programmed and drive the train. But all train cars on the train have motors that run autonomously.
If each train car can operate autonomously, then car 1 can function on its own! Doesn't that solve everything? It's time you gave up!
No! That's crazy!
Huh? What?
Using your method to rearrange the train cars would connect the first car to the end, which would leave it behind the 5th car. In other words, it becomes the 6th car, but that doesn't exist. So, you're telling me you found Aphex's corpse in the non-existent 6th car?
Oh, you're right.
Do you get it? You're the one who's wrong. Everything you've deduced is wrong!
No, I'm not wrong. The truth lies just ahead of us. I will prove it to you.
Twirling, twirling, twirling. That's not it.
Oops, let me get that.
Wrong.
The start of the event was expressed with the car train. Are you following, by the way? I think I am. Okay, I understand. It's just, a lot being thrown at me at once, and I'm trying to figure out how all it's fitting together. But that makes sense.
Maybe the Amaterasu Express doesn't have 5 cars. What if there were only 4 cars to begin with? If that's the case, then to me, Car 1 could be made to look like Car 5.
Right.
Huh? So there weren't 5 cars the whole time, but instead 4?
Right, which is exactly why the supposed other one was locked, right? And why he destroyed the freaking plate. Now Adrian needs to freeze time to figure out what the game is looking at. Adrian is claiming the group's locking energy, yeah. Yeah, that was the one thing I was kind of confused about, right? That's why I initially had went with 6, because I was thinking, wait a minute, did he destroy the nameplate or the, number plate on the door to hide that fact? But it makes sense. I just had it the other way around.
That's why Melanie said the 5th car's door was broken while
Exactly.
in transit.
But you can access the 5th car, the one at the end. The door appears to be broken and won't open. So, it wasn't broken. The 4th car was actually the farthest one back from the get-go?
I'm sure the real 5th car was left behind at the station when we departed. So the train took off with only 4 cars. There was another Car 1 at our destination. If it connected upon arrival, then the train would have 5 cars again.
Yeah, because that was one reason why I was also confused, because I'm thinking, while boarding the train, he surely would have known how many cars there were on the train overall. So the only way that does work is, yes, if it disconnected from the first car departing.
So the Car 1 where I was knocked out became the 5th car at the end of the line. And when I was questioned by the Peacekeepers, the Car 1 there was another car prepared at the station specifically for this plot.
The real Car 1 was waiting at the station's platform, then all the Peacekeepers there would have noticed it. So they were all in on it.
Or you can assume that the Peacekeepers themselves were the ones who prepared the other Car 1. If there was another Car 1, then there will be something that sets it apart from the original Car 1. For example, the way the window glass was broken in the infirmary will be different from how I broke it.
The new Car 1 when you pull in was something that confused me too. Yeah. This is a really clever locked room mystery kind of thing, right? It just definitely requires you to be very cognizant of every little detail, which I tried to be, but it's like, you definitely need to be locked in and keyed into every single little detail in order to figure it out.
You mean when you used the fire extinguisher to smash the infirmary's window? So they knew you would do that? That's how they were able to imitate it in the new Car 1?
We curse once it distract you every step of the way. No, it's not your fault, it's just me. The wheels in my brain turn very slowly, unfortunately. But I do understand how they did it. It's a very clever trick. But when I start considering these things, I start thinking of so many different possibilities, and from the beginning I was so keyed in on Melanie potentially being the one that I didn't consider this goof over here. And, thinking about how he could have done it, I was also thinking too much about his potential ability. So I thought that might have factored into it somehow. I hadn't thought that they actually just did a standard old mystery, which is actually pretty cool. This goof, yeah. As a writer, that's a great skill, though. It can definitely, let's call it a writer skill and not overthinking, sure.
I think I was set up to reach for that fire extinguisher.
Came up with a lot of cool scenarios that I really liked. I'm glad it was at least entertaining. I guess maybe as the game goes on, I'll be able to come up with more delusions.
The fire extinguisher was left in a conspicuous spot in the hallway. They wanted me to use it to break the window.
Made me feel like Melanie being the culprit would have been cooler. Yeah, like, her whole ability seemed like it would have been something that would have lent itself perfectly well to this kind of mystery. And I was also getting really caught up on some of the details, like the fact that her body seemed significantly less charred than the others. But I was just overanalyzing and overthinking things and not paying attention to the right details.
And that's how they pulled off swapping the first and fifth cars while in transit. It was all a trap to set me up as the culprit. Isn't that right?
The actual solution also requires you to fully commit to the idea that it was an inside job, which of course, I mean, that's obvious, but like that the corporation was actually involved and collaborated with him. Whereas from the beginning, I was thinking that the killer would have set everything up themselves, which is another reason why I hadn't considered a pre-prepared train car at the end of the line, which is brilliant, but I hadn't thought of that.
Zilch!
All right, we're almost there. Let's catch this culprit. That was a pretty solid deduction. Very impressive. Of me for seeing your potential.
It's so strange. It doesn't feel like I'm learning this stuff, more like I'm remembering it. Maybe I was even a high-ranking detective in the WDO.
Now's no time for bragging. You still gotta catch him.
Yeah, we might be putting ourselves on too high of a pedestal there, Yuma. I finally finished the sketch and finally get to the color. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. When you finish it, will you be posting it in Callisto's Discord?
Everything feels different here.
If I may brag, though, I actually figured out the trick as it happened, except when Yuma ran into the new Car 1 while he was being chased. I was like, what? That shouldn't be there? I see. But we all know that you are a brilliant, investigator. So, it's no surprise you figured it out.
This is just the calm before the storm. Be careful. You don't know what's gonna happen next.
Yeah, I am actually kind of wondering how this is going to conclude.
You know, making the first car look like the fifth was a really big trick to pull off. I'm surprised the train cars could disconnect and reconnect so smoothly.
The train's automatic operating system must have had it programmed before we departed.
Even the trick with the swapping train car?
Probably. It had to have been done automatically.
Well, it'd be easy for Amaterasu. They own the train.
That's what I'm worried about. Even if I obtain the truth here, won't they just ignore what I say and arrest me anyway?
I keep telling you not to worry about it. As long as you have the truth, the culprit can't escape.
Why are you so sure of that?
I've acquired coffee ice cream. Ooh, that sounds good. I don't know why this is relevant, I just want to brag. Everybody get your brags in now.
What is this?
We do celebrate a good self-appreciation brag. She's good at investigating in general. Yeah, I know. I've noticed that from the comments that she's made in a lot of the streams that I do with the games that I've been playing. Yes, I can tell Emerald is actually very, very smart, which is not surprising, but yes. Investigator is the perfect job for you, Emerald. I do have coffee ice cream in my fridge. Ooh. Now I feel left out. Adrian makes a cute cat girl totally like. Oh my god, I can't wait to see this.
Looks like a fort to me. With this kind of protection, I bet the truth is in there for sure. You just have to destroy it.
So the truth is here.
You can't have the truth. It's impossible to destroy this fortress. Just give up and leave!
Whenever a culprit takes a last stand like this, you know we're just a step away from unriddling this labyrinth.
Death penalty for him for killing off all the cool characters. You seem like you'd make a good cat girl. Very excited for this art. I'm very curious to see how this is gonna go. It's also kind of funny to me because of an idea I had for something that I didn't... Well, I really had no way of going through with it for something that passed, but I'm not gonna say anything in case one day I actually do it.
Master, time to show him how dangerous you really are. After all, he did try to set you up.
I'm not worried about that right now. We're so close to the truth. We gotta do this.
It's bomb kill time!
Yep, let's get this guy. And then once we see what happens here, I will be ending stream because I have to be up early tomorrow to handle some stuff. And I still haven't had dinner yet, so... Unless this is going to turn into a more drawn-out thing than I'm expecting, I might have to stop sooner. We'll see. Wait, so are you teasing us with theoretical Catgirl-related material? Not... not Catgirl. My god, my throat. This is the final part. It's a bit drawn out altogether. To overcome the last stand of a phantom, tear through all the obstacles with the mega-sized god. Great onset destroyer me. That's a great little, what do you call it? Alright, Okay, in that case, I think I will leave my Switch 2 in standby then, since we are going to be streaming again tomorrow, or at least that's the hope. It's about 6 minutes. Alright, you know what? Let's go for it. Let's see what happens.
Let's do this, Master!
As long as he doesn't shift into like 30 different forms.
Oh.
Blast away the gigantic iron balls released from the Phantom's fortress with a corresponding kick. When an obstacle closes in and the screen slows down, press the button to attack.
What?
Missing the input timing means failure and taking damage, so be careful.
I won't let you have the truth.
Okay, so we messed that up. Tackle. Destroy huge walls when they suddenly appear with a corresponding tackle. Again, when the screen slows down, press the button to attack. Again, missing the timing means failure.
Go away! Give up and scrap!
I see.
Alright, same thing, but we jump.
Your deduction is wrong! Go away! Don't come near me! Don't come any closer! Stop it! Switching the first and fifth cards is just your imagination. It's a completely baseless lie.
Shut up.
There's no evidence they ever swapped.
Check, check!
Alright, there are obstacles that even God me can't destroy without a solution key.
Come on, hurry up and decide!
Open up the solution key window and pick a key that contradicts the Phantom statement and boom slash it with the Master Solution Blade.
Use the solution key to smash through the wall, Master!
You're wrong! Huh? Come on! No! There are traces of a swap! The warped plate from Car 5! The reason that plate was burned so thoroughly is because originally it said Car 1. Left as it was, it would have messed up your plot to make Car 1 look like Car 5. That's why you made extra sure it was burned beyond recognition.
Right now!
That's nonsense! I used the plate to disguise it? No! I didn't do that! Stop it! Stop! Go away! Get away from me! Wait! Get away! It just happened to be easily burned! But with it burned, you have no way of knowing what number car it was. So there's nothing backing up your deduction. You have no hard evidence proving that location is the first car.
Looks like we need another solution key to boom kill him.
The way she
Good
runs
luck,
for this,
Master.
like a football player or something, yeah. Especially the way she tackles through the walls. You have no evidence proving that the location was the first car. Side, the metal blood was spattered. Okay, so I think it's this, but hold on. 1 second, I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, let's finish this up. Thank you for waiting patiently. Let's see, what did I miss? He's running like Officer Earl from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Oh my god. I know what you're talking about. Thank you. Alright, so we were here. You have no hard evidence proving that the location was the first car.
There is proof! The bloodstain on the interlock of the infirmary in car 5! The culprit probably didn't notice it. But I remember. It's my blood!
Okay, so I was thinking the right thing.
When I was trying to get into the infirmary in car 1, I cut my finger on the glass. When I reached through to unlock the latch, I must have gotten blood on it. But that bloodstain would have been hidden while the interlock was open. That's probably why the culprit missed it. My blood, which was left behind in car 1, was found in car 5. This proves that someone pulled the car switching trick. This is the truth of the case.
God, this is so cool. Finished coloring you, and I sent a peek in Callisto's Discord. I will check that out after. God, my throat is on its last rope here.
Not done! Yeah!
What? He's still going? Let us boom kill you already!
I know, what is there left for him to refute?
If car 1 became car 5, then where did the culprit supposedly hiding in the infirmary go?
Didn't we settle this already? Thank you for the hydrate, Maka.
You had to have checked the 5th car, but the culprit wasn't there.
Damn, make sure to rest up. Yeah, I should be fine by tomorrow. And I'll have another warm beverage tomorrow.
Probably someplace safe.
Thank you for the stretch. Alright, where was he hiding? We were able to check everywhere else except here because we just assumed that we wouldn't be able to, right? Like no one would be able to get in there. Let's see.
Here. The culprit was hiding inside the main control room, which was locked shut the entire time. I didn't have the key, so I could never have gotten inside. I bet the culprit moved there from the infirmary while Car 1 was running on the second track. If the train's management company, Amaterasu Corporation, was involved, the culprit may have had the key. And then they hid in a blind spot I couldn't see from the window. That's how they got past me.
It's not me!
Yep, exactly why I wanted to smash the window with the freaking fire extinguisher and peek in.
I'm not the culprit!
Great detective work! I call that a critical hit! He seems like he's barely standing. All that's left is to finish him off.
Him off? How do I do that?
Shove all your evidence into the solution blade and slash as hard as you can.
This is going to be satisfying. Oh yes, it's going to do exactly what I was hoping it would.
Time to expose this crime. The cheats and everything.
Deduction denouement is where the truth is made clear by thinking through all the deductions up to that point.
Correct answer somewhere inside your head, Master.
Place the correct piece in the corresponding deduction gap to reveal the truth.
This could be the clincher.
Locked pieces can be opened by solving mysteries, so keep it up.
There's only one truth.
Once every gap is filled with a piece, a finale revealing all mysteries will be unveiled. Everything has been leading to this moment. I'm so glad that they retained this little thing from Danganronpa. I'm looking forward to the climax return music. I hope it's as good as Danganronpa V3 because that one has my favorite climax return in the Danganronpa series. 1 and 2 have great climax return music as well, but V3 just made you feel like the smartest person in the world for figuring everything out. Alright, the train departs. Okay, so I have to figure out what goes there, right? Alright. So I don't have access to that stuff yet, so we gotta move forward a little bit. There. Oh my god, the audio. Poor Melanie. Alright, there we go.
Step right up, step right up. 5 master detectives slain before their time, and Amaterasu Corporation has master in their sights. Truth bombs are about to be dropped. Time for the deduction denouement.
The incident unfolded aboard the Amaterasu Express, which was on its way to Kanaiwar. I rushed onto the train as it was about to depart. At that time, the train was made up of 5 cars.
All because you were fast asleep in the lost and found, Master. If you kept snoozing, the case would never be solved.
When the train started moving, it was only 4 cars long. The 5th and final one was left at the station.
And so, the culprit scheme had already begun. Meaning Amaterasu Corporation was involved from the get-go.
On the train, the master detectives were gathered together in car 2. That was the dining car. And the culprit had already mixed a knockout drug into every drink there.
I thought the culprit was the first person on the train, so they could prepare in advance and wait for everybody else.
I felt unwell, and Melanie went to the trouble of pouring me a coffee. But after drinking it, I started to feel drowsy. I was hearing things at the time and thought that I might be seriously ill, but it was actually the drug.
Oh, so you thought yours truly was responsible? Sticks and stones won't do much to a dead guy, but slander stings!
The culprit sent me off to car 1 in order to frame me as the killer.
I'm sure the culprit didn't expect you to get sick, Master, but since you look like a super easy target, they probably changed their plan and went after you instead.
Once I'd left, the other master detectives must have fallen asleep because of the drugged drinks.
The culprit then burned everyone to death, setting all those master detectives on fire on purpose. What a psycho!
This was when the culprit put their plan to frame me into motion. First, they carried Apex's charred corpse to the infirmary in car 1.
The very first body we found.
Then, they deliberately left a fire extinguisher near the restroom I was sleeping in. This was done to prompt me into smashing the door later.
Gotta have someone get inside somehow, or else nobody would find the body.
Next, the culprit entered the infirmary, locked the door, and laid down on the bed with Apex's charred corpse.
Jumping into bed with a charred corpse! And here I thought chivalry was dead!
The music is great, by the way.
What a gentleman! I'm actually a little jealous.
A knife and cushion created the red herring.
Hell of a way to pretend to be dead.
Furthermore, the culprit set the room on fire just as I was waking up.
While you were sleeping, I felt someone come into the restroom. They must have seen me then and told me.
When I woke up in the restroom and went into the hallway, car 1 was beginning to fill with smoke.
Oh, that's some precise timing!
I caught a glimpse of Zelch in the infirmary, with a knife lodged in his chest.
But it didn't take long for the smoke to obscure everything.
That was when the culprit took out Apex's burnt corpse, switched places with it, and waited for me to enter the room while hiding beneath the bed.
It's just like a magic trick, switching places under a veil of smoke.
Meanwhile, I found a fire extinguisher on the floor, smashed the window, unlocked the room, and went inside.
Just like the culprit planned. And that's why they left the fire extinguisher there in the first place.
After the smoke cleared, I found Zelch's body, burned to a crisp. least, that's what I thought. The charred corpse was actually Aphex. The culprit had me completely fooled.
That must have been why they picked a time-consuming method of roasting someone to death. Plus, the body was about the right size.
I bolted out of Car 1 after seeing the corpse.
The culprit was under the bed at that time, huh? They probably laughed at you from there, watching everything unfold like they planned.
It would be sad and funny if the windows were bulletproof. Yeah, I was gonna say before, it would have been kind of funny if Yuma just didn't know how to use a fire extinguisher or just took too long and he ended up burning himself to death by accident.
I went on to discover the charred corpses of the other master detectives. Around that time, the culprit came out from under the bed and went to the main control room in Car 1. Controlling the train from there, they detached Car 1.
That caused the blackout and shaking, and the power source switched over to the backup system. So the train shook. Was there or was there not jiggling in the glass? Take a guess.
While the detached Car 1 was running on a separate track, the culprit went to work.
I love that we just ignored that.
Preparing to disguise Car 1 as Car 5.
What about the jiggling?
First, Aphex's corpse was carried to the corridor, and the necklace removed earlier was placed back on.
Then the Car 1 number plate was burned so that it couldn't be properly identified.
With everything in place, the culprit went into the main control room, locked the door, and waited for the train cars to reconnect.
At this time, the culprit was riding in Car 1 on the other track, right?
Yeah, the train, which was only cars 2, 3, and 4 at the time, remained on course.
Since we were in a tunnel, I didn't even realize Car 1 was moving alongside us.
The train we were on went through the tunnel with only 3 cars. When it came out of the tunnel, the car with the culprit in it attached to Car 4. Now behind Car 4, that car became Car 5.
The swap was pre-programmed into the train's automatic operating system, right? Technology sure is convenient.
The culprit, riding in Car 1, attached it to the back of Car 4. That caused more shaking, but there was no blackout this time because the power supply stayed the same.
Additional shaking occurred inside my blouse, but the power stayed on.
After that, I mistook Car 1 for Car 5 and walked right in. The culprit wrecked it so much I didn't even notice the door I had smashed when I was in Car 1 before.
I figured there'd been some kind of brawl. But that was part of the culprit's plan, wasn't it? Also, no one would realize it was actually Car 1.
When I found the corpse, I deduced that it was Aphex from the necklace it had on. But I was just rediscovering the same charred corpse from Car 1. The disguised corpse and the car switch completely fooled me.
Using a dead body? Oh, this is a hysterically brilliant idea!
When the train arrived in Kannaiwar, it connected to a different, prearranged Car 1.
And with that, the train once again had 5 cars. So much attaching and detaching. What a stupid, crazy, elaborate trick!
The peacekeepers were lying in wait at the station. As the sole survivor, I was set up as the one responsible for the murders.
And Amaterasu was in on it! That really turns me on!
You mean pisses me off, right?
I was about to say.
During that time, the culprit stayed hidden in the main control room of the disguised Car 1. And waited for the peacekeepers to haul you in, Master. They were right there at the scene.
After burning all the master detectives, the culprit faked their own death and tried to frame me as the killer. It was a cunning, cold-blooded scheme.
And the evildoer who committed these countless contemptible crimes is none other than... Silch Alexander! It was you!
Hey, good evening, Effecto. I'm doing very well. I had a very fun stream. I'm about to be ending in just a little bit. Thank you for dropping by. I hope you're doing well.
Is that it? What's this?
It's the truth. It's the soul of the true culprit who made this mystery labyrinth.
Thank you, Emerald. I actually wish that I would have figured out more of that, but we'll see how the game goes on. I will definitely be paying a lot more attention than I was. Funny, I kind of underestimated them. I thought that the first case would be a little bit simpler than that. But, they went all out.
The soul of the true culprit. Wait, what am I supposed to do with this?
I had exams piled up for days in a row, so I couldn't do much aside from studying, but I got excellent scores. That is fantastic news, Effecto. I'm really, really happy to hear that. In fact, at the beginning of the stream, well, I say beginning, but like 2 hours into the stream, I pulled a tarot card. It's a very good omen for scholarly work and things like that, for education. So yes, congratulations. Really happy to hear that, and everybody here in the Twitch chat is really happy for you as well.
Now it's time for the main event. Here we go. It's my time to shine.
So what happens to this guy? How do we get to execute him?
Bloodlust. Overflowing despair. The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case. Death to all deplorables. Ruin to the
Of course, Effecto, and Effecto, everybody, Effecto says thank you to the Twitch chat. Imagine putting in all that effort to come up with such a convoluted way of hiding your crime just to be caught in like the first 5 minutes. Unfortunately, there's no unique scene per culprit, just Shinigami doing a magical girl attack. I'll take it.
Huh? We're back?
What are you talking about now? Your spirit shouldn't be broken. Yet. The Peacekeepers will take care of you. We have all the time in the world.
Huh?
I'm kind of sad I liked his ears.
Shinigami! Where are you? Nothing here's changed. What's going on? Shinigami? Are you listening?
Get him!
Wait! I know who the culprit is!
What?
It's Zilch! He's still alive. He framed me.
What are you talking about? He's already dead.
Huh?
Shut up! This is not up for discussion. What a waste of time. Take him away!
Shinigami! Where did you go? This isn't what's supposed to happen!
I'm right here!
It wasn't the real Zilch, by the way. It was someone who replaced him.
You're so cute when you panic, so I had to enjoy the view for a bit.
Stop playing around! Why hasn't the situation changed at all?
He must be hallucinating. Taking him down shouldn't be a problem. Take him away! What? He's dead?
Looks like it's over.
Huh? What's over? Shinigami, what's going on?
There was cute fan art at the time of release where people wanted to draw the real Zilch.
There's always a price to pay. When I read the soul of the true culprit, the mystery labyrinth created by the culprit is destroyed. But as a price, the source that created the mystery labyrinth also perishes.
The source perishes? Don't tell me.
That's right, the true culprit dies.
Then that report saying Zilch, the true culprit, was dead.
So I don't want to spoil anything for anyone here who wants to play Danganronpa but hasn't played it yet. I'll just say that something I find interesting about this game is it almost feels like an alternate universe where a very specific character is good instead of evil. And I find that very interesting.
And that solves today's mystery. The true culprit is as dead as a doornail. You're now innocent and free to go, Master. A happy ending. Roll credits!
Yeah, he reminded me of Inuyasha a bit. I'm kind of sad he's out so quickly. I love Inuyasha. I'm happy to hear that you also enjoy Effect, though.
There's nothing happy about this. Zilch died because I solved the mystery, right?
Huh? He was a dangerous murderer who killed 4 master detectives. He deserved to die.
I was sad the whole train car crew perished. Yeah, me too. That was a very cruel trick, but I should have expected it, given some of the other twists that have happened in one of the Danganronpa games specifically.
I mean, I don't think I'm completely free to go. Not even with Zilch being dead.
I love it because they're all on the cover. Yeah, kind of like another trick that Kodaka has pulled before.
In that case, say exactly what I'm about to tell you to that gilded idiot over there.
Okay. Swank, did you just receive a report that Zilch was dead?
How did you know that?
I thought so.
Ah,
If he was alive until moments ago, that changes things about this case. Someone who died in front of my eyes, was alive. This is clearly an attempt by the culprit to disguise the truth. Don't tell me the Peacekeepers lied to try to cover up what really happened. You didn't try to frame an innocent person, did you?
what? You think you can weasel your way out of this? You better not forget you're in Kanai Ward now. You're powerless for the might of the Amaterasu Corporation.
No, I didn't mean...
Hey, don't surrender so easily. You were so close.
That does it. You're under arrest. Listen, you got no right to remain silent, and you got no right to call a lawyer either.
But what rights do I have?
Take him away.
No, wait! Hold on just a second. Hey, excuse me. Do you have a minute?
You.
It's all good. Let's stop all the fighting. We both have to follow orders from the higher-ups, so let's not do anything that causes unnecessary tension. Falsifying evidence and testimonies is a drag when it comes time to do the paperwork, right? It's tough keeping things consistent. Just forget about all that and leave it to me, yeah? You know, I saw that the true culprit was alive and well just a bit ago. What? If you let us go, I'll cook something up in my report to the World Detective Organization. You don't want trouble, right? If the WDO floods this joint because of you. Your punishment might be kinda brutal. So, you know what to do. Leave things well enough alone, as they say.
Let's go!
Bye-bye, Swank, yeah.
Thank goodness that worked out.
Who is he?
Beats me?
Alright, let's see if it lets us save. Nice, okay. Alright, perfect. So I'm just gonna leave it right here, and hopefully assuming, and as always, you know what they say about assuming, but hopefully everything goes well tomorrow. I should be back tomorrow playing more of this, so I'm just gonna leave this right here. Let me bring us to the chatting screen. Alright. So there we go. That was a lot of fun. We solved the first mystery, and none of this has gone the way that I thought it would, which is really exciting. I can't wait to see what other kinds of cases happen in this game, what else they'll have us solve, and what other twists that Mr. Kodaka has in store for us. This game is off to a fantastic start, and I knew it would be great, but it is way better than I hoped for. And I can't wait to see what kind of environments we're going to be in now that we're off the train. Really, really excited for that. But yes, I'll keep the post-stream yapping to a minimum since I already did a lot of talking. And it is like 11:24 over here, so I better get something to eat and try to get a little rest before tomorrow. Thank you for the very fun stream, great yaps and game. Thank you so much, Emerald. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it. Thanks for the gameplay and the wonderful yet. Thank you, Naka. Yes, I am absolutely loving it. Great to see you and everyone on Twitch chat. I hope everyone has a good night. Rose of Peace Dog here. Sweet dreams. You too, Effecto. Thank you for dropping by. I'll be live again tomorrow, so I don't know if you'll have an opportunity to swing by, but if you do, you're always welcome. But yes, I had a great time playing this, and I had a great time hanging with all of you and chatting, as I always do. So I'm going to go ahead and see if I can find somebody to raid. Hopefully, assuming everything goes well, like I said, should be back same time, same place, maybe a little bit earlier, if I'm able to get a little bit more sleep than I did today. Because overall today, I think I slept maybe an hour and maybe 45 to 50 minutes, I'm not sure. Close to 2 hours is about as much sleep as I got today. That's what I've been functioning off of, so. Not much. Please get some rest, I will do my best. Alright, let's see who is online right now. Who can we raid into? Alright, we are going to raid into Mistlock. I'm sure most of you already know who she is. She is playing... seems different games and demos. Kind of exciting. At least that's the category she's in, so I don't think she's playing any one specific thing. Probably jumping around a little bit. We'll get good rest because Mom said it's my turn to be sleep deprived. Well, Augustine, I've been sleep deprived my entire life. I have never had a good relationship with sleep, so you've got a lot of ground to cover if you want to take that godforsaken trophy away from me. I hope that you don't. But, yes. We're gonna go ahead and raid into her, and as usual, our raid message is Hallie Raid, and then you all can pick whatever, emotes that you would like. I usually just go with 2. But you can mix up however you want. I know not everybody is subbed, and I think some of my emotes are sub only, so... yeah. Feel free to mix it up however you like. It's fine by me. And we be twinning. The worst way to twin. But yes. There we go. Alright. Thank you all again for being here today and for the great conversation. Thanks to everybody who donated. Thank you, Emerald. I know that Dandy isn't here, but thank you to Dandy. And thank you to the anonymous donor who gifted everybody subs. I don't know if you're still here. And I know I said it at the time, but I really do appreciate that. Seriously, thank you for doing that. And, yes, hopefully I will be back tomorrow, same time, same place. And we'll see all of you again. We can hang out some more, talk more, and see what else this game has in store for us. Yes, good night to all of you, or have a good morning to those of you in different time zones. Either way, have a great rest of your day. And I will be seeing you next time. Stay spellbound.